Alright, in theory we're live. In theory things will be fine. I say in theory because this game's been having an interesting draw on the resources of the computer. So there's a very real chance everything may just fall apart. I'm just gonna tell you all that right now. Things may just explode. And I'm gonna have to quickly, like, wing a backup plan. But in theory, everything will be fine. Big fingers crossed and big in theory on everything being fine with that one. But for those who didn't look at the title or anything, this is Remnant 2. You may remember earlier on when I did Remnant 1 with Xeno and Show before, and I had already played through that game once before that. I really enjoyed Remnant 1 90% of the time. I was looking forward to Remnant 2 ever since it was announced, but it just never became practical to get it. Last night, as a surprise, it popped up on Game Pass. So that's how we've gotten here. I spent last night and this morning trying to make it play ball. It's mostly behaving now. Keyword to that being mostly. As with many things that run on Unreal 5, it does not like the fact that I'm using equipment that is not the current equipment. So it gets a little grumpy. But I seem to have tamed it well enough for this to be playable. Just fingers crossed as to whether OBS makes it lose its damn mind. Let's go. I'll be staying on Survivor both because of potential frame drops and I don't know how much harder Veteran is out the gate. I did a test of both, and for the intro, I didn't really notice a difference, but that's the intro. It's not really shocking that there wasn't much of a difference. And I don't hate myself enough to go to Nightmare without having already made a build. Because it literally says right there, don't use it as a starting point. I'm betting Veteran probably wouldn't be that bad, but especially since I'll be streaming this, Survivor's probably a better idea because I won't be fully paying attention. We'll be rolling with that. Now, I've already done the intro twice, and I did a little bit of the first world to make sure it behaved. But I have skipped this intro every time. I wanted to save this for when we were all in place for me to see.
She says, if I wanted to feel sorry for myself, I'd have stayed with your father.
Ooh, that is quite a drop. Let me help you down.
I've got
Or not. That's what I get for being nice. Why didn't you, you know, take this shorter night down? So this is going well already. Wondered why we had a bad leg in the intro.
What? Oh, please.
3 times I saved your life. The sinkhole, your foot. What? You'd be dead if my mom hadn't taught me to dress a wound. Fine. 2 times then. The sinkhole and just now. Ugh. Ah.
Hey, let me see that.
Leave it. It's nothing. Hey, I'm fine.
Come on, roll up your sleeve and just admit we're friends already.
This is not an admission.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting worse.
Yeah, you really don't have to roll your sleeve up
Ain't
far.
broken or bleeding. It'll calm down. It always does.
How long have you had that?
said the ward was this way. You ever hear about the North Pole?
Huh. That old fairy tale?
Yeah. Like
Oh, look, a
the
deer.
Pole. Old white guy founds it. Food and fresh water, everyone gets along. That sounds like the fairy tale to me. It's probably just a couple of old timers holed up underground. I just hope they got a few supplies for trade. Otherwise, we won't last much longer out here. You think people actually live like this?
I'm not sure.
I don't know what's in that Fulton's original blend, but I never seen nobody that happy before.
He does look a little drugged out. Fix your boot. There we go. It's almost as if our ankle was never broken in the first place. Everything is fine. I have two working legs somehow after that horrible accident. Do do do. Let's just send the guy with the bad leg up over the ledge. This is a great idea.
Turn back now. Ain't got nowhere to go. There's gotta be another way.
Whee! Whee! I guess I can open the door for you. You just yell at me again, though. There you go.
It's about time. What took you?
Be thankful I didn't hit you with the door. Oh, dead people. I feel like we're gonna see a lot of those. Hey, you want to see a dead body? Hey. Over here. Dead people.
Hey, what happened to these poor bastards?
Not a lot, considering they're still mostly intact.
Can't let it go to waste. Use it on that bum ankle of yours. Hey, come on. Let's get some distance.
You know, just munch the weird gribbly thing. Sure, nothing bad will happen from that. Let me interact with the door, and then it'll be open. I'm aware. I'm waiting for it to let me. There we go. I know how doors work. You wouldn't have gotten through the last one if it weren't for me. I can run now. Yay. I have no need to.
Oh, this is bad.
It's a little gross. I'm sure it's fine.
A side of what?
Nothing. Something my mom used to say.
Yeah, I noticed that when I tested the intro a couple times to make sure that it would actually run. Uh-huh. It only counts when you do it, I know. Because let me tell you, without a bit of tweaking, this game definitely gets grumpy. The curse of advancing technology is anything that isn't built for it has a real bad time. So it is a little odd that they give you a longer intro for this one than they did with the first one. I wonder if they're purposely making a change there, or if the storytelling at the beginning here just happened to take longer. Could go either way on that one. Come on. I think it's partially the fact that you get saddled with an NPC who decides to take their sweet time about doing anything.
Nope.
Ain't no way the war's real. How would a nest like this out here? No. Maybe best we head back. We retrace our steps. We can find another way out.
Oh no, monsters! What a shame. It's definitely happening. How about you just not come out of that tunnel? Let me tell you, when I did this without it running well at all, it was a struggle to deal with even these. Now that it's running properly, it's like nothing. Oh no, we're dying to the nothing. I didn't need those organs, right? I'm sure that's fine. And this is why you bring something bigger than a pistol when you go wandering around out here.
Today, assholes! Hey, this is 3, by the way. You know, right here makes for 3.
Tell you what, I'll count at 3 if we actually survive this.
Hey, listen. For what it's worth, you were a good friend. You were a good friend.
I do like that they have smaller, faster intro enemies instead of the really slow root guys from the first game, because they were never a threat. These things can actually at least get to you sometimes if you're not on top of them.
It's okay. You're safe. Whoa,
Yeah, because, you know, poking people was a great idea.
we're here to help.
Can't hold this forever, Bo.
Let's not explain any of the magic shit you just did. Let's just move on from that.
Thanks. Who are you?
Questions later. We gotta get moving. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Feel like y'all could have done a better job of getting out of the room while she got ready to do that instead of all clustering up in the middle of all of the monsters, but maybe that's just me.
That's all I got. You're on your own now.
Hey, we still got each other.
Right. Follow us, you two. That won't be the last of them.
I do probably need to bump the voices up slightly. So I was fighting with the audio a bunch before I started, and definitely seems like those voices are a little low. So I'll bump them up 1 and let me know if they get too loud. Because the subtitles are there for a reason, but
Thick down here.
still rather you guys be able to hear it at all.
Wait. You're from the ward? Shit. Maybe Santa's real too.
Yeah, it's not far from here. But the way down collapsed behind us. We're gonna have to find another way out.
You know, I really feel like Santa could bring us a better present than this. Well, that's upsetting. Considering it's still quite loud in my ears, and on the meters it looked pretty loud. So I don't know why you wouldn't be hearing the audio. That's an odd one. Like when I say it's on the meters pretty loud, it's louder than most things I've streamed recently. So I don't really know what to tell you on that one. That one doesn't sound right. Well, that's also where I intended it to be. I didn't intend it to be that much lower, but I did intend it to be lower because I didn't know how much it was going to jump up as it progresses. But I can hit it a step higher and see if that works out. I think it might just be a case of OBS is lying to me about where it is on the decibel meters. Is those meters are all I've got to work with for what you guys are going to hear, short of sitting there and doing exhaustive testing, which is a pain in the ass. I don't know if it's necessarily a throughput issue or if their meters are just bad. I think the meters are just bad. Because I've had issues with them on and off, left and right. But again, I don't really have any better method of testing short of doing recordings over and over again, which are going to slowly drive me mad trying to do all of those every time. It would be so much better if the equipment actually worked as advertised.
Something's here. The dead would know they've lost, but they won't lay down without a fight.
Ta-da! Big tree. Yes, I clearly wanted my pistol for fighting this thing. Very clearly the correct answer. I'm gonna take a bunch of damage getting through this. Just bear with me on that one, because this room sucks to fight this thing in. And having a bunch of clowns hanging around in here does not help my cause. Because I can never tell if it's targeting me half the time, because it just retargets on a regular basis. Like, they give this thing cover on a regular basis just because they stand around and get in my way. It has no such disadvantage.
You okay?
Not bad shooting, traveler.
Yeah, I had some practice.
I'll bet. But don't worry. The ward's as safe a place as any. Safer.
So, it's really real. Food and water and folks living with some old white guy?
I do know the game gets better after this, but this intro kinda stinks.
Whoa, whoa, let me get you some water.
I'm fine.
Cat! Ooh, that looks like root rot. I've never seen a case this bad.
I'm fine. I don't know why everyone...
We need to get her to the ward, and quick. Doctor, there's her only chance. We'd better get moving, or we lose the light.
Like, I'll give this intro credit for setting the scene well, and all the... everything around the gameplay in this intro is fine and well. Just the gameplay of the intro is a little meh. Which, you know, it's an intro. You're not going to expect a ton out of it anyway.
Wriggler?
Tony Riggs. I got you, darling. Don't worry, friend. We'll take good care of her.
I don't know. When your eyes just turn into black voids like that, I'm not sure I can trust you.
Hey, don't worry. Riggs is right. She'll be fine.
And no, it didn't do that before, but either way.
Hey, Clementine. Let me get you some water.
I'm fine.
Oh, you're not fine. You need rest.
Bo!
Ease off.
He's the ward's mayor. Thinks that puts him in charge of everything and everyone. Listen, I'm gonna check in with Ford, and then I'll get some rest. Okay? I've been through a lot worse, you know.
At a glance, I thought that thing around her neck was a horseshoe, but I think it's actually a broken gear. I didn't notice the teeth sticking out of it before.
Traveler, your friend will be fine. I'm Bo Ward, and this is Ward 13. You must have come a long way. I mean, the route's dwindling and all, but the road's still a dangerous place. What were you two doing out there?
Yeah, we were looking for this, for what it's worth.
I didn't know anybody knew what we were doing here. We've just, well, we've been cut off from the world for so long that, well, I'm surprised people know about us outside the gate. Feels kind of nice, actually. Hey, ask around if you need something. Oh, start with Ford. I'm sure he'd like to meet you.
Yeah, sure. I'm betting the old man's gonna want a lot out of us. Right now we'll go ahead and get a little bit of health. 3 health really isn't gonna make a huge difference probably, but I don't think any of these are gonna make a massive difference currently, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Just spend the point and move on. Get this ball rolling.
This is not up for discussion, Clementine. You're staying, and that's final.
I don't remember asking for your permission.
Let's just do the eavesdropping thing for a second here.
Excuse me? I'm 132 years old, in case you forgot. And I am not your child. You don't have authority over me.
Well, that's a hell of a thing to hear.
This town needs you. You can't go wandering off after something that might not even exist.
You're one to talk, Ford.
What have you been doing the last 100 years then, huh? What the hell are you doing right now?
Well, that's different. I'm trying to fix things.
Things that you broke when you tried to play God.
That was Harsgard. I was just following orders. I didn't...
Now.
And that makes it okay? You know how many people died because you just followed orders?
Of course I know. You think I don't remember that every goddamn day? I'm trying to make things right here.
Uh-huh.
My, you're such a damned hypocrite, Ford. If I leave, it's my fault. But you didn't break the world. You didn't run after a pipe dream. You didn't abandon your family 12 times over.
Look, I've made a lot of mistakes. I admit that. But it's because of those mistakes that I'm telling you not to do the same thing.
Well, forgive me if I don't want to take advice from the men who fucked up the world in the first place.
That's a fair point.
Your dreamer anymore. Maybe I've got my own mission.
These people need you, Clementine. You're too important to just...
Every person out there is capable of taking care of themselves. This isn't about them. It's about you. You've always run away from your problems, but you won't let me run toward something. What are you so goddamned afraid of?
I'm losing you, losing them, losing everything.
I've already lost everything. You took it from me. You, Neville, Harsgard. The whole goddamned project. I don't belong here. I never did. I'm tired of pretending I do.
A lot of backstory get dropped here right out the gate.
You put yourself through a lot today. You're tired. Get some rest. Huh? Things will feel better tomorrow.
I used to look up to you. The way you seem strong enough to save the world. Except I've already saved it, haven't I? And what have you done?
I can't let you go near that place, Clementine. That's an order.
You haven't learned a damned thing, Ford.
Time to awkwardly show up. Hi, hope I'm not interrupting anything. Your walking stick there was kind of clipping through your desk.
Whoa, what have we here? Ah, the traveler, of course. Wallace said yes, right on time. Sorry you had to see that. But then again, you've been around. I'm sure you know. Families fight. Andrew Ford. Good to make your acquaintance.
So when I was doing my testing, I ran up here early, and it just cuts off the second you arrive, as you'd expect. But it feels so much more awkward when you just rush in the middle of them arguing.
In the flesh.
Yeah, that's a good question.
A lot of questions, and I've got a favor to ask. So let's get to it. You first.
Yeah, exactly. It's me, interrupting Traveler.
That's a longer story than I can indulge right now. Let's keep it to this. You know how some things you drink can make you drunk, and some things you eat can make you sick or sleepy? Well, other things do this. It's a big world out there.
That is and isn't an answer.
It's a great answer, just not a full one.
You're dodging my question, but I also understand that you wouldn't want to be sharing the secrets of immortality around.
Not you precisely, as in name, rank, serial number, but I knew someone was coming.
I mean, people are always coming and going.
Aren't you clever? Skeptic. That's fine. It so happens I knew you'd be coming today. Or I hoped. Our young Wallace told me.
See, converting it to saying you hoped kind of cuts the feet out from under your own point about trying to make it sound like you're sure of what you're being told here. I feel like you're backpedaling.
Wallace? He's a special kid. A lot like somebody I used to know. She had bad dreams too. Dreams about things that hadn't yet come to pass.
I can see the future.
Like he can see really far into the present. Sometimes.
Some more clairvoyant on distance, perhaps, rather than actually, like, seeing through time. Perhaps. Let's just get down to the point.
Too dangerous. I've got to marshal my resources. And then we'll get into it in earnest.
Uh-huh.
Quite a few characters around here. I'll warrant you that.
You really found a bunch of eclectic personalities.
Arguing's not the same as fighting. Clem and I have known each other longer than anyone else here. That's a lot of water to put under a narrow bridge.
Yeah, you probably would have been shooting at each other if you were actually fighting. Yeah, I'll grant that.
Looks can be deceiving. In fact, she's 132 years old.
Should you really be throwing a lady's age around like that?
Not quite. Clementine spent a long time away, keeping strange company. Something like that will change you.
We may as well just go through all of these.
Bo might be young, but he knows the run of a ward. Learned from the best. He was orphaned, just a kid. Ward 13 sort of adopted him. Ran security when he got old enough. Did a damn good job of it. Only made sense to put him in charge once we started up here. Don't think there's a soul in town has lost as much as Riggs. Don't know how that man gets up out of bed every day. But he does. And we're damn thankful. All right then. Shoot.
Nah, I think
All
we're
right,
good.
Traveler. Now that you've shot your shot, here's mine. I need an able young scrapper to help an old man out. Talk to Wally. You'll find him out by the docks. After that, gear up, and then meet me at the ward gate. I'll tell you a story.
Ward's just as full of shit as always, I guess. Leaving us with only a partial picture to hopefully pull us along with him to do what he wants. There's Bo hanging out over there. Excuse me, sir? Could you not do that? I do not wish to be railroaded. Let's see, he said Wally was out by the docks. See a boat, so presumably docks this way. But first, there's this gentleman.
Greetings. Forgive me. I am not good with Paxeltech faces. Oh, it is new. I thought I had seen it before. So difficult to tell Paxeltech apart without hoof and horn. I am Zaisrak Thadwell. My Paxeltech name is Dwell. I sell crystals from my world. They make Paxeltech faster, stronger, more powerful. They help it defeat its enemies. And the prices are quite fair.
Fair by whose metric?
Of course, Paxeltech.
Yes, there's NPCs that make things. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of relic dust before any of his stuff becomes relevant.
The wind hears it.
But he was on the way, so I figured I'd point him out. And those of you that are unfamiliar with Remnant at all may realize he's not human. We'll get into that more later. That'll make sense in the future. Or it won't. You know. Things. Stuff. Hi, Future Seer.
I see you, Traveler.
I mean, you do have eyes, yes.
You're the one Ford's been waiting for. Though, he doesn't know he's been waiting. He thinks he needs help. It's her who needs it. You know. And you don't. Sorry, I shouldn't say. Things get messier when I tell them. I'm Wallace. Did I say that yet? Probably. The site, you know? Sorry, I probably said that already too.
Yeah, you're existing in multiple spaces and times at once, I'm assuming, so you're really having a weird moment. I get it.
You have a path to walk. You choose the first step here, but your path can change if you want it to.
Now here's where we choose our starting class setup. Now my test choice was the Hunter. And I'm probably going to stick with Hunter. Like, Challenger just doesn't interest me. It's like, oh hey, I'm hard to kill, yay, exciting. Handler was an intriguing concept, but I've already been having aggravations with the AI of humans in the intro. I don't know if I want to deal with the AI of a pet. Medic starts with a machine gun, which is intriguing to me. And having some good self-healing isn't a bad idea. But I feel like only having that to work with really would start to get to me, which is why I ended up settling on Hunter. And I'm gonna stick to that for now.
Yep. That makes a lot of sense now.
especially since Longshot also gives us an extension on our ideal range for our weapons. And those who saw me play the first one, or knows how I play a lot of these, you know I stick far out if I can. So it's the way A for me.
You're right, of course. Your path is waiting. Tell Brabus and McCabe I sent you. They have what you need. They're the next step on your journey. Until next time.
Really feel like you could have been a little more descriptive there without changing timelines, but you know what? You do you. You know more about your future sight bullshit than I do. We've got 2 names to work with, and I happen to know where they are. We'll go see Brabus first. Hey, buddy. You look mean.
Brabus gotta polish his stuff more. Can't shoot straight.
Ow.
Well, ain't you a right mutter? Traipsing in here like you own the place.
I mean, I might. You don't know.
That boy what talks to the root? I don't trust Wally with a hot meal. But I also ain't dumb enough to cross him. I don't reckon he was any more specific. Right. Well, the boy's crazy, but he ain't stupid. I can see your gear is, lacking, to say the least. If he
True.
asks,
Rude, but true.
I gave you this. No charge. Riggs is gonna talk more
There we go.
if I don't send you over to him next, isn't he? Fine. Go see Riggs then. Tell him he can do whatever the hell he wants.
Now we actually got a melee weapon. Basically, Brabus gives you whatever your archetype's starting equipment is. You can sit there and just keep chattering away. Should I just shoot you and save myself the aggravation? You'll notice our handgun didn't change much, but it is better now. It's just, you know, a slightly less shitty, rusty version of what we had. Hi.
Oh, friend. Glad to see you're all right. Riggs, and no worries. There was a time when helping each other survive was all we had left. Around here, we don't forget those days if we can help it. Your friend's gonna be all right, by the way. I've seen weaker pull out of worse. What were you doing out there? You don't mind me asking. Really? What'd you hear exactly? Ah, found a forged tales travel far and wide, don't they? Fair
Getting more and more embellished.
Can't believe half of them. But half of impossible is still a sight, eh?
Exactly.
I don't suppose he was more particular about why. Ha, yeah. That sounds like Brabus. Right. Well, I've got a pretty focused skill set. I reckon I know what he means. Come to me if you ever need to upgrade your equipment.
So we'll be seeing a lot of rigs from the sound of that. We have enough to make one upgrade if I want to. I think I'm gonna hang on to that for the second.
Take care, my
Got no real reason to upgrade any of that. And then there's McCabe.
I swear to God and my mother. Did Bo send you over here, or did you stumble your way over here yourself? Shit. You're serious, aren't you? Alright, so what the hell is this journey? Well, that explains it. Everything that old coot touches becomes a whole thing.
Yeah.
Who's involved, you're gonna need all the help you can get. Fine. Well, the only reason anyone bothers me is because I'm good with a hammer. So, either I can modify your weapons, or we can find a more creative use for it. Tell you what, I heard you picked up something strange on your little jaunt earlier. Maybe I could do something with it.
And you can have an interaction with her before you talk to Wally. And she's actually slightly nice at the time. But she tells you that if you tell anybody that she was nice, she'll cut you. So, you know, balances out. 4 times impact. Ordinarily, I'd be all about hotshot, but we don't have a real fire rate to really make use of that with, so I don't think I'll be taking that. Healing shot sounds like it'd be very helpful, but since I'm gonna be mostly alone probably right now, I'm not gonna be bothering with that. I'm betting I could probably walk over and use it on myself, but I feel like one of these two would be more productive at the moment. So I think I'll take scrap shot for the slow. Buy myself some time to shoot what I need to be shooting. It also doesn't matter because you can just buy them once you have the scrap for it. So really not worth agonizing over.
There. That ought to help with whatever journey he saw you on. Just tell Wally to be more specific next time. Yeah? So
I already
we're done
did.
Here, right? Or do I need the hammer again?
No hammer required.
Look, it's not personal.
There we go. This dialogue happens either way.
I get into a zone, you know? Pisses me off when people come by and interrupt my me time.
Same.
I'll tell you what. You're clearly not the average stray that shows up here. So I'll make you a deal. You find anything interesting out there, bring it back to me and I'll see if I can use it to mod your weapons. Okay?
Sounds like a deal to me.
And if you tell anyone I was nice to you, I will cut you.
That's about as expected. I can respect that. Now let's go see what the old man wants.
Maybe just need to go see Ray.
Probably go get killed trying to do something for an old man.
You look ready to face anything. What do you say? Ready to see what's down there with me?
I wouldn't say face anything, but I can kill some old monsters and nonsense. Maybe kill a treacherous old man if needed. You know, wandering around down in a tunnel like this, you really should be wearing a mask like I am. Who knows what you'll catch down here.
Still smells like home.
I don't care how immortal you think you are.
Here, take this. Just crank the handle to make it work.
Dun, 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 dun. I need some light.
This used to be a research facility, cutting edge. We did things down here nobody dreamed of. Not before nor since. Yet, for all our manpower, we didn't know what the stones really were. Until it was too late.
The stones?
The World Stones. Giant red crystals that let us see into other worlds. Even travel to them. So, what? We just hide the stones away and hope the Soviets hadn't found their own? No. We had to know everything there was to know about them.
Because, you know, tensions, all of that. Yeah.
So yeah, we opened the door and walked through.
And summarily fucked the world.
It didn't happen right away. Hell, the inhabitants of the worlds we traveled to couldn't follow us. We thought we were safe, but yeah,
You were stupid.
After that, well, we all know what happened after that.
Well, bits and pieces.
Locked, huh? Well, this is my house. Come on. I gave Ellen a few things to hang on to in case of emergency. She must have hidden it around here. Come on, Ellie, where'd you hide it?
Gotta find the doormat they hid the key under. Gee, I wonder, could it be the suspiciously unevenly hung painting in the room? Ta-da!
That red thing. We call it a dragon heart. Don't ask why.
He's a suddenly spry old man, I gotta tell you. Goes from walking around using the stick to gotta go.
Hey, take a look at that matchbook you found. I got a hunch.
Gee. It's a matchbook. Can't be anything too weird about it. Da-da-da-da.
Get this door unlocked. Can't stand
This thing has to be hundreds of years old or more. How is it not broken or gotten lost? Can something so small really provide access to an entire forgotten world? The wards weren't a mistake. It was the secrets that were.
What are you waiting?
Oh, I know why we had to keep them. Hell, a century's gone by and I still keep some of their secrets. I never broke the habit, but secrets turn into lies, and lies always come back to bite you. Oh, that one. Yep. As the old man tries to push me to open the damn door quicker.
The World Stone. Yes. Or part of it, anyway. Every shard's as useful as the whole. We shut it down after Harsgard died. Like I told Ellen at the time. The damn thing's more dangerous than useful.
And yet here we are.
Huh. Of course not. Never mind. Now, let's see if that worked.
Work to do what exactly?
That. Maybe we should have moved the tarp off of it first, though.
Holy shit.
Maybe don't touch it yet.
So many years. So many journeys. I wonder, did the Andrew Ford who first touched this crystal, did he ever come back? Go back. Tell Bo to bury this place. Not just lock it away, but get some explosives and bury it in a tomb of concrete.
Why'd you reactivate it then?
More dangerous than useful, traveler. Remember that.
Ford? Ford? Ford! Oh, man. Bo is gonna be pissed.
Bastard did it. He actually woke it up.
Oh boy.
Hey.
Did he tell you how to use it?
Nope.
Do I even want to?
System failure is imminent. The core has been compromised. The utility is required. Commencing acquisition.
Don't let go!
Well, that doesn't seem good.
I'm slipping! Don't let it take me!
Well, that didn't work out.
Shit! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Shit! Oh, no, no, no! Don't do it! Don't you do it! Oh, this is so stupid!
Just voicing my inner thoughts on that one. Like, yeah, this is a bad idea. No, I'm not doing it. Fine, I'm fucking doing it. Nah. See, I skipped that cutscene when I was doing my testing, so I had no idea how this happened. We just suddenly were here after the stone was activated. And let me tell you, watching that scene, it only makes slightly more sense. Can't open that door. Okay. So let's take stock of what we know. Ford touched the stone on purpose and decided to go somewhere, presumably to try to fix things, based on his own claim of trying to fix things. I also don't know why he brought us down there with him. He clearly didn't need anybody for that. He had all the shit ready to go on his own. So, who knows what his game plan was there. I guess maybe so he'd have somebody to tell Bo after the fact. Maybe use me as a scapegoat. Who knows? The fact that it called Clementine a utility and tried to consume her is telling. Because I seem to recall from the first game that the Dreamers were needed to interact with the World Stones in some capacity. Some kind of connection there. I don't remember entirely. And Clementine mentioned that she's not a Dreamer anymore. So presumably that's where that issue comes from.
Clementine! Ford? Shit. Where are you guys?
Somewhere.
This is all insane. Both the Crystal and Ford. Better get moving if I'm gonna find Clementine.
Gotta say, not taking this as badly as you could. Could be taking this a lot worse. Could be losing your mind about being in a weird, rotted forest. Staying focused on your goal, and I appreciate that. You don't look so good, buddy. You need help?
Those foreign to the pound have not been seen upon Yesha for long and long.
Oh, great. We're back on Yesha, huh? So, for those who didn't play the first game, you were on Yesha as I think it was the third world? Might have been fourth? I don't remember the exact order anymore. But it was home to the Pan, which is also the same species we saw that vendor being outside, which is why they both refer to us humans as Paxeltech, because that's their name for humans. That's the quick and dirty version of it, and there's probably a much better explanation, but that's based on my memory and what we've witnessed right now. Yeah, there's something wrong there.
The past once takes me. Or is it now simply part of what I am? It's been so long. The difference hardly matters. But the Paxeltech, how comes it here, to Yesha?
I could be a smartass, but he probably knows things, so let's play it straight and see if he tells us something useful.
Alright, Crystal. I have seen them in my restless slumber. The pestilence think of them often, especially the stones of the Paxeltech's earth. I am Bedell of the Vaunt. When this world was young, the Pan did service to the green and growing things. Now, the Pan betrays the world. And the world, the wolf, betrays the Pan.
I mean, you probably also saw the big red crystal right around the corner from you. Probably also tipped you off that big red crystals are a thing, huh?
Those of its kind rarely walk this land. Paxeltech, it would seem, come only at times of great change.
We do tend to fuck things up.
The Krell. Then the one called Ford. Even our god, the one of many, could not stand against the Paxeltech. No, that was not the Ford. The Paxeltech that killed our god became known as the Destroyer. The Paxeltech Ford became known as the Empress's Bane.
Now, I wonder if they're referring to the character from the previous game as the Destroyer. That's a possibility. Because we destroyed a lot when we came through here in the first game. But there could have been other people that came through and destroyed things too.
Certainly not. The Empress is immortal, invincible. No mere Paxeltech would pierce her body nor stop her heart. The Empress's Bane has not been to Yesha in a generation. Not since another came to free it. Change, as I said. Yet in the same generation, I have been trapped here. Eyes open to the foul pestilence, yet blind to the present. Who can can't say what has transpired in that time. Alas, I know little else. Yet there is much to be known. Asia shrouds many secrets within her embrace. The Ravager, plague of the Pan and defiler of the Doe. The wolf hunts all, yet is itself unhunted. To the shame of all Pan. Once part of the balance, the immortal Ravager has cast aside this world and pledged fealty to the pestilence that would destroy all worlds. And the Red Doe, that which held the Ravager in check for long and long, has not been seen in an age. If it seeks to save its own life and world, the Paxotech must hunt the Ravager and end it.
Okay.
The beast is not alone. The Lamir have given themselves to it in service. Once servants of the Eternal Empress, many Lamir have been seduced by the Ravager's blood-soaked tongue, and thus betrayed the Ban. Beware, Paxotech. They will fight until the beast's final breath.
So the same people that I fought before again. Joyous day, except probably worse somehow.
I'm sure that Paxotech it will be nothing of the sort.
You really don't have a sense of humor, do you?
Trade? Perhaps. Money is of little use to me for obvious reasons, but others may find value in what the Paxotech may leave behind. Take what it will, Paxotech, but leave something it considers of equal value. A sacrifice to the balance, and give to the
I like him. And I appreciate that they found a way to make him a traitor without actually making it not make any sense for somebody who's sitting here dying. That would be nice. Considering we basically will always be under 100 health, we basically would always have 20% extra damage. And that haste might be a lifesaver, but we ain't gonna be buying that quite yet. This one I don't care for as much. Not being able to heal above half health, but you take 15% less damage, I don't like that idea. Blocking root rot would be nice. And the rest of these are consumables, so I don't particularly care.
A worthy home for a worthy bubble. Let the Paxotech's own generosity brighten the sun herself.
You are a very wordy man. Yeah, welcome back to Yaisha. Home to trees, rocks, more trees, and a lot of things that are gonna want to kill us. And a lot of hunting metaphors.
This isn't looking good.
Yeah, welcome to how things work. And there's our new enemy type. I think I just missed. I'm not sure if I can actually hit those or not. Hi. Goodbye. Wanted to give you guys a better look at him before I shot him that time. For obvious reasons, they're going to be shoot on sight. With an emphasis on sight. Shot too early. That was just some bad shooting on my part. I mean, that is registering as hostile, but I think it'll just run. Yep, there it goes. And that was why I was looking at the trees. You saw that one come climbing down. Oh, there's an elite somewhere. Oh, of course you had to be the first one, huh? That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. So this is what the hunter's first skill does. It marks everything in the area so you can see it easier. And I believe you hit it harder. It's real handy for spotting hidden enemies.
All right.
Like that guy right there, who thinks he's sneaky. Because that's what they do, is they wrap around the trees and wait for you to get nearby, and then they'll come down and try to jump you. Now, I do actually want to go back and check that building we passed, though. Didn't drop anything. Won't be bothering to kill any more of those. I had to test. They might have dropped meat or something I could have used to heal myself without burning dragon charges. Sure, there's people out there that are going to judge me for that one, and I don't care. Oh yeah, fun fact. Those explode. So, you know, that's a thing. You can imagine how I learned that in testing. Why can't I take that with me? That looks like it'll hurt somebody. I doubt it's any less effective than this piece of metal on a stick I've got that they call a sword. Then again, what do I know? And trot my happy ass back on over here. Something happened. Dang it. I was going for the weak point, but he wiggled. They really want me to use my primary skill when I don't need to. Okay, it's up and ready. Use it. But why? Just use it. Use it. Spooked something. It's looking like coming up here was a whole lot of pointless. A lot of stuff to look at. Not a lot to pick up. Oh, somebody was fighting. Really should hold off on using my rifle too much more unless I start finding bullets. Which I'm kind of surprised we didn't see any drop. Up by now. Usually they're pretty good about that. But I might have just been oblivious on that one. Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, there's a little bit of ammo, I think, right there. Hmm. It doesn't look like... Wait, no, there's a path over there. I was gonna say, it didn't look like I missed anything, but I had that gut feeling that I made a wrong turn for somewhere. Oh, wait, no, that's the path we looked at, and then I chose to go up here. Right, okay. We'll turn around and go back for that from the other side then. Yet more things I could pick up and use as a weapon, but they won't let me. Can't have nice things. I mean, sure, the bars on them might, like, snap, but, you know. This knife looks pretty good. Would do the job. It's still a knife. There's a checkpoint. Awfully kind of them. Resting at checkpoints replenishes stuff. Multiplayer respawns people. Now, we of course have the locations at Yesha we've been to, the Root Nexus and the Forbidden Grove. And of course we can go back to Ward 13 or join people in multiplayer. Now, something I noticed on the main screen was you can link your Epic account to the game. So presumably, if you link your Epic account, you might be able to connect to people on other platforms. Oh, that's got a health bar. Let's hold that thought for the second. What's this? Blood Moon Altar. Ooh. Neat. So it's basically the root set visually at the very least. Summon damage. Bulwark for summons. Gold sword. That is a pretty neat looking sword. And lifesteal potion. You take extra damage. Ew. This, I assume, is a material to make a mod, which will probably be a summoning mod. Well, that explains the noise I was hearing. Ow. Fuck you. Yeah, their whole thing is you break the plate off of them and then they die. Hey, pretty easy after that. I don't know if I want to mess with that Root Nexus. I feel like I probably should, though. Fuck it. What's the worst that'll happen? I die and go back to the checkpoint that's 2 feet that way? Okay, starting to have some regrets. Starting to have some regrets about my life choices here. I assume each time it shakes, it's summoning a new bunch. Might be able to just power through him quick, though. Or maybe not, because that's a lot of bad. Damn it. I didn't realize he teleported over already. Yep, I had a bad feeling about pissing that thing off. Now, do we actually drop anything in this one? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So let's not do that again right this second, shall we? Let's hold that thought for now. I'm not fully on my shit enough to do something like that right this second. There's a little bit of context for everybody. I ended up waking up early this morning because I suddenly had a nosebleed, and for some reason that woke me up. Which is just as well, because you wouldn't want to sit there and keep bleeding till God knows when you actually would wake up. But that threw me off a bit already, and I've just been feeling a little off since then, so don't be surprised if today ends up a little bit shorter, or if I'm just a little not all there. Jury's been out for a while as to whether I'm actually sick or not. It really doesn't seem like I'm actually sick. I'm just having bad weather-related shit happening. Okay, so that gave me archetype experience. Okay. And that's where the relic fragments go. Okay. I ended up finding a couple of those in the test, but I didn't find them now. Oh, I can't raise that, I guess, till I get archetype points, probably. And I'm guessing my archetypes will give me some of these default points. Okay, so I actually want to go across where the root thing is and go that way.
All right, let's do this.
No, let's not do this. We're not fucking with that again right now. Considering it's not blocking our way to move forward, I'm not gonna fuck with it after what just happened to us a minute ago doing that. Okay, there's a door here. A very familiar door. Let's see what's down on the only other path we've got first. Though it looks like it's just gonna potentially loop back. Assume badness is inbound again. Yeah, the Archer Elite really isn't a threat as long as it doesn't surprise you. Or come in with friends. That armored guy really is an issue for me at the minute. There's another door. Okay. So I now have the question of first door or second door. Looks like plot wants me to go this way. Wait, no, actually, no, primary objective's that way, so we want to go this way first, then. Because God forbid I go the primary objective way first. That's just silly. The path not traveled is the path to loot. We will go this way.
that's over.
Yes, I know how to use a map game, thank you. The Cathedral of Omens. Oh, that sounds great.
What the hell happened here?
Looks like it's a wreck to me. I don't see anything particularly indicative of anything yet there, buddy.
Wonder what that is.
It's a lever, genius. This, though, this looks like bad things are gonna happen. Let's not pull that till we've looked around a little. See if we can get some insight on this before we fiddle with things. Sun, sister of the four, the moon, the warrior of light, life, the ether, and the matter of the four, death, the great transformer of the four, the doe, the fleet-footed incarnation of life, the ravager, the fanged incarnation of death. Okay. Gonna get a picture of that for the future, because I suspect that if there's a puzzle in here, this is probably going to pertain to any puzzles that are in here. The Calamity. They called it the Ravager, a beast with fur as black as sackcloth and teeth dyed red as blood. It made no more than mutton of the bravest warrior. Fear fell like night, death roamed Yesha. There were those who would have seen the beast slain, but the Ravager was never much glimpsed, but that the doe should follow. The green things of the forest sprang from the doe's feet. And on what do green things grow if not the flesh of departed life? What would become of the doe if the Ravager were felled? What would become of Yesha? For though they may struggle always, their struggle serves the balance, and keeps unharnessed death from above, from descending upon us all. Blood Moon. A toast to Blood Moon's tide. Handfolk, honor thy hunters, for the moon is a hunter who stalks the stars, as the Ravager is a hunter who stalks the brush and bracken. Blessing of hope, may the doe step across your fulsome fields, may life's wind sound your pipe and flute. May the warm sun light your voyage home, and the Ravager's howl not bring you fear. When the doe and the Ravager their circuit run, when sun and stem weave life's gold thread, as life and sun support from below, all will be revealed to the bulwark of the doe. As life and sun support from below. So life and sun need to be at the bottom. But we only know some of the symbols, don't we? Stem is mentioned, but there's no symbol for stem. And each of these have a triangle facing in a direction. Okay. I didn't take pictures of all of those, I only took pictures of the symbols. And that may come back to bite me, but we'll see. I assume this won't open. Yeah. Okay. Fuck your artifacts. How about this door? Nope. Okay. Yeah, because you'll notice there's a triangle on that. So I assume, depending on which way we point the triangle, is gonna be what happens. Like, it's gonna be a mix of that and what order the symbols are in. Because here's the moon symbol right here. Connected to that one. this is life. Oh, I get it. Based on which 3 are mentioned in each of the things, that's the 3 that need to be in the circles. Because there's all the symbols at play here. So wait, no, there's only 4 symbols at play. So 2 of them don't exist in the terms of the puzzle. Is the Ravager's the one to my right? This is life. That's the sun. And as I mentioned before, that's the moon. Wait. That's the doe, as you can tell, because that actually looks like the head of a deer. And this is the other one, the one that's missing from what I just mentioned, death. Okay, so let's refer back to the book for a second, since I didn't take a picture of all the pages. So, may the does step across your fulsome fields, life, sun. Wait. More than 3 of them are mentioned, though. I'm gonna quickly snap pictures of all of these pages at this rate, because otherwise I'm gonna be running back here all the time. So that one... Blood Moon. Oh, you know what it probably might be? Maybe it's the Blood Moon, because that's the only one that doesn't involve more than can fit on the layout? But it says right here, as life and sun support from below all be revealed to the bulwark of the doe. So life, sun, and doe might be an answer? Like, I feel like each of these probably leads to something else. Let's see how the mechanism actually works. Ah! There's more circles than I thought. Is there more than one lever? Yes, there is. That's the other thing that was fucking with me. Oh! The beginning. Describes the skies. Their whims will... Fragile life must hang below, a puppet on a thread, and only choosing it makes it so, to live in joy. Oh, well, that's just cheating. For sun and moon describes the skies. So there must be like an order to these that I'm gonna need to fulfill. But we opened this one, I think. Or did I just somehow miss this room when I was circling around? What does this spin? That spins those two. Okay. Oh. Can't believe I missed that. The triangle you need on each of them is on top of the door. So based on which triangle you need is which one you need to open the door. So since this one is pointing up and left, that is... Blood Moon. So since that's Blood Moon... For the moon is the hunter that stalks the stars, as the Ravager is the hunter that stalks the brush and bracken. So I guess I only need moon and Ravager. Oh, that rotates the whole thing. Okay. Problem is, how do I tell the orientation of the triangle necessarily? I would assume it's relative to where you come in. Which means I need the triangle to be facing one more. Theoretically, I need the triangle facing that way. That looks right. It's just gonna be a matter of getting the Ravager and the moon into their right positions. Okay, so the Ravager and the moon are both circled. The problem is we have an extra circle in play here, which is the sun. Right now. Unless maybe those are the only ones not to be circled? Because in this current orientation, it's currently impossible to have only two of them be circled. Which actually, no, with the way this is laid out, I think it's straight up impossible to only have two circled to begin with, isn't it? So I must be misunderstanding something. Because you'll notice the one that's attached to the triangle has them at opposite ends. And then the one that's on the round bit have two side by side. So there's no way you can lay those out in such a way that only two would be circled. Three would have to be circled at all times. That's the minimum you can have. Let me make sure there isn't a page near the Blood Moon that I missed. Ah, there is a piece of it I missed. Wait. Yeah, actually, that's just straight up missing. Because if you turn the page, it goes straight to the Hope, but if you use the read mode, you see that there's more. As the Ravager is a hunter who stalks the brush and bracken, and lo, when the wheel of time turns round the blood moon's tide, Sister Sun shines her opal fire hungrily upon the hunter moon, and his hunt is fair. As they feast above, we hear the Ravager below, howling from the forest's edge. Keep him from your door, fine panfolk. Roast ye game and gaily gnash the sweetmeats. And above all, honor thine hunters. So I accidentally got one of these. So most of the pictures I took are useless. Because apparently, without using read mode, you don't get the full thing. I'm just gonna quickly delete these. And collect the corrected versions. There's also the beginning that we already grabbed. So just bear with me a second on this one while I get the corrected images. Like, we had all the information for the Hope. The Hope was correct, but that's still a better readout for it. Okay. And the symbol description is helpful, but not necessary. Because you can work out what most of these symbols are without it telling you. Because, like, that's obviously the dough. You can figure out that that's the sun. That's kind of like a sprout, so you could tell that that's kind of life. This is one of the weird ones with this being death. You could probably figure out that this is moon because it looks like planets and moons. And this would have to be the Ravager since the other one's the dough. So I was right when I had it pointed at the Ravager, the sun, and the moon. So I just need to readjust this so that that's lined up again. This is the wrong one to pull. But it said the Ravager below. So I assume the Ravager might actually have to be down here? Because the sun has to be above and the Ravager has to be below. So I probably need to rotate this whole arrangement in some way. Let's try the door first, see if these doors open automatically when you get it right or if you have to open them. Yeah, it's not open. Okay. I assumed they opened automatically because we'd gotten this one to open because it wasn't open when we passed it initially. And that's probably the progress door. This is for extra stuff over here. So what I most likely need to do is rotate this further around. Specifically, either where I just had it, or to here. I say to here for a very specific reason. Is it'll put the sun alone over there, and the Ravager below the triangle. Let's see if I figured this out. Nope. So I've misunderstood something. I I might be overthinking this. I might be like five-heading this when it's actually incredibly simple. I would be more than willing to accept that as a concept. Or I just have this thing pointed the wrong way, though that looks right. It should be top left, and that is top left, unless there's one step to the left that looks better. I should try it, I guess. No, because that looks like that one. And I guess I could try to figure that one out and then roll back to that one once I'm sure of how the puzzle actually works. So I'm pretty confident my logic is correct. I'm missing something. Like, there's just a fundamental misunderstanding in my theories here. So let's see, the one pointing to the left is... the Calamity. Ravager, Death, Ravager, Doe, Ravager, Death. So it looks like it's just Death, Ravager, and Doe, and Death has to be above. If I'm understanding the implications of the text properly. Which Death is currently above in this layout. But in the current layout, this is physically impossible. Is I can't possibly have Ravager and Death at the same time. Without having something that's not supposed to be in there. Try that? Because it may be a case of I was looking at this upside down. I was looking at it upside down. This is for some reason above, I guess. Or something. Because I had the right symbols, it just wasn't opening the other door for some reason. So let's go ahead and snag this. And then we'll see if we can figure out how to get the Blood Moon door open based on this new knowledge. That is this one. On the bright side, you'll immediately tell you're ripe as the door will open. So... now, I don't think this is correct with where I've got it, but I'm gonna try it just for shits and giggles. Maybe the entire thing is goddamn upside down. And relative to where I thought it was. Let's see. Blood Moon was... Moon, Ravager, Sun. So I need to rotate this around. Unless maybe they mean above and below based on which lens is on which. Like maybe the upper lens has to be on whatever's called above. Because the lens the triangle's on was on death before, wasn't it? When the puzzle was successful. So we need... No, because we've got moon and sun above right now. If it's based on where the lenses are. And we have Ravager below. On the bright side, it's a fairly easy fix. In theory. Because what we do is we just move that there and then rotate the other one. No, because that then throws the sun out of alignment. But if I flip the entire thing... No, I think I just have the triangle in the wrong spot now. I think flipping that was the wrong answer. Let me just quickly fix that. And then we'll make the rest of the orientation from there. This really isn't a hard puzzle. As long as you don't overthink it. Okay. No, it's the other one. I want to move where the pieces are. The Ravager is theoretically currently below. But I guess not actually? So maybe it's not based on the lenses. I'm pretty confident the Moon and Ravager need to be circled together, as they are both hunters. They're given a name that refers to both. But it refers to the sun shining her opal fire hungrily upon the moon, which implies that the sun has to be above the moon. Let's try moving it there. And then I'll move the lens. No. If I move the... Unless I move it so that the sun's on the exact opposite side. Because currently I can't move the lenses in such a way that the sun, the Ravager, and the moon are all selected now. There we go. This is when I somehow read the sun symbol wrong and everything's fucked because of that. That's still wrong. But that's the only other possible layout that involves moon, Ravager, and sun, and nothing else. unless there's like a second step to this. There's also the fact that Moon and Ravager are both said twice. So you would think that that implies that both of them need to be shown in a lens twice, but that's not physically possible with the lenses we have and the layout of the spinner. It's also possible that you're only allowed to do one of these. And since I did the other one, I now can't do that one. Or I've just got this positioning completely buggered somehow. And that's why this isn't working. Is, again, theoretically the orientation would be based on where you're standing when you pull this lever, since this is the lever that adjusts what direction it's pointing. It's also the same direction. Yeah, because if it's facing there, it's facing the same way that the door is. Did we even open that one, or was that just open the whole time and that's where I started going crazy? Because we managed to successfully open this one. Which implies that our ideas about the orientation for it are correct. But why did it not work any further? Where did the theory go wrong? There's no mention of any of the other keywords. It's only Moon, Ravager, Sun, Moon, Ravager. But you would think that the idea would be for all of them to be within the triangle. Which would then mean they'd have to be in a physically impossible orientation, right? No. Because with this orientation, we keep all of them within the triangle. But this is the orientation we had already. And it didn't work. As demonstrated here by it still not opening. So I am officially confused. Does this door just not open? Is this a red herring? Like, on the map, there's a room behind it. Like, am I just chasing the wrong symbol this entire time somehow? Despite that matching up? Like, I'm gonna play crazy here. I'm gonna play a crazy thought here and claim for a moment that somehow that's reversed. Because I'm running out of other ideas. Like, maybe that's supposed to be the hope, not the blood moon. Which, again, absurdity. Physically unlikely, not probably correct, but doing everything that made sense for the blood moon didn't work. So I'm just going nuts here. I'm trying stupid. When sensible fails, try stupid. Okay, so the doe, life, sun, ravager. Is that physically possible? Yes. Okay, so it isn't that. Because that's all four of them. And its life and sun support from below. All will be revealed to the bulwark of the doe. So I've got life and sun below and ravager and doe above, and it still isn't doing anything. So I may have to just call that one a wash and just have to accept that I don't understand what it wants from me and or something didn't work correctly. The only other thing left to try would be to try the only other remaining orientations and input the blood moon code in all four orientations just to make sure that something's not stupid here. Something other than me. I already know I'm stupid. Because we already tried it pointed this way. I'm sorry, what? What door did I even open? Hold up. It said objective success. What door did I open? Did I accidentally open this door again? Is this one still shut? Oh. I accidentally a bow. I'm not sure how I ended up... Wait, I've got... So what you're saying is I had the right answer for one of them, but I had it upside down again. This must have been the configuration for Hope. which means, yes, the Blood Moon configuration was probably upside down then. Which means it actually needs to be facing this way. As to the reasoning, I don't know. But let's follow that. Let's follow that and see if it works. Sure didn't. But we can try reversing it as far as where these are positioned and see if something happens. But that's the only thing we got left. So I'm already counting this as a victory because I'm walking out of here with a seed and a bow. So I clearly did something right. I'm unclear somewhat as to how that one worked. That still isn't working. I am at a loss for where the hell this Blood Moon symbol's supposed to be. Because that goes horizontal. Unless I have a fundamental misunderstanding somewhere here. And I would say maybe the sun's not supposed to be highlighted in that, but then there'd only be two symbols, and that's physically impossible as well. Like, at this point, I'm running out of options other than doing what I did before, which is just try stupid. And trying stupid's what got us the bow to spawn, so it can't hurt to try stupid? Like, I don't know what to tell you anymore. Okay, that layer of stupid didn't work. Well, welcome to Lever Simulator 2023, everybody. Where I sit here and pull levers for a good hour or so, fiddling with a puzzle that I've already mostly solved. Because I'm being too stubborn and I should just walk away from this at this point. Nope, still didn't work. Like, the implication of the picture having a center point on it implies that it's telling you which way this is pointing by showing you where the center point is, and it's pointing that way. Assuming we even know which way it wants it to be pointing. Is like, we don't know north, south, east, whatever the fuck. Like, I may as well just try every orientation until something works. Is we somehow ended up with positive results before doing this. And I'll be honest, I'm more just seeing if just pulling levers constantly is going to make this eventually somehow work out. Like I said, just pulling levers is eventually going to make this work out. So my thought was right the first time. It was backwards. Somehow I didn't end up pointing it the right backwards the first time, though. Definitely worth it, though. Lots of stuff. I am slightly annoyed, though, because I can't help but feel that I was lied to here. Does that or does not honestly look like it's pointing to the upper left? But we've ended up solving it by pointing to the upper right. Unless... You know what it must be, then? It's probably the orientation based on facing the door. That's why my puzzle solving was wrong, is it was off the wrong orientation. His logic denoted it would be orientation based on the lever's position, not based on the door. But if it's based on the door, then that makes perfect sense. God damn it. But we solved it. That's the important part. We got a bunch of goodies. We get extra ammo pickups. Our melee crit damage is up. We have a bow now. We may as well try the bow out. All in all, this was definitely worth going this way first. 100%. And I am happy that I solved that puzzle, though I am unhappy with how long it took, because I had a fundamental misunderstanding with the goddamn puzzle. Yes, yes, consumables are a thing. So now let's go back to the other door. Need a target.
Yep. I don't trust this place.
That's the correct response. Anywhere that looks this good is probably a death trap. I would have figured that touching the checkpoint so many times would have respawned stuff, but I guess not anywhere nearby. So we'll just see what's behind door number 2 and test the bow in there. Another checkpoint to touch. Twisted Chantry, huh? Not sure I like the sound of that either, but... when was I gonna like the sound of most of these things? Yep, that's how upgrading weapons works.
This place gives me the creeps.
I have a bad feeling about them telling me to upgrade my weapons. It's real quiet in here. Very empty of life, and that honestly makes me more nervous than seeing a bunch of enemies skittering around. So I feel like I'm walking into a boss fight. Or that's a thing. Okay. Oh, they explode, huh? Great. Love that for me. So far, the bow's working out pretty good, though. I think the rifle is faster, but if I wasn't doing full draws, it probably would be faster. Without full draw, it wouldn't be full charge, and I presume wouldn't be doing full damage. That, I assume, is the source of noise. Never mind. It's this guy. Oh, don't like that. Now might be a good time to learn how Starfall works, huh? Oh, you can teleport, huh? Good for you. Joke's on you, though. I figured out where you were going. Oh, maybe they were both specials, because that still made the noise. Whew. That almost got bad. Definitely not over yet, though. Definitely not over yet. I need a better pistol. Like, this pistol ain't bad, but it ain't up to the task yet. And again, it's hard to argue with something that just pops things in one go. Oh, quietly. Oh boy. Hey buddy. How you doing? Is that any way to greet a friend? Ignoring the fact that I am absolutely not your friend? What is making that noise?
Okay, this is it.
Is it though? Is it? Can't help but feel this ain't it, Chief. Don't know how he didn't react. Dead now, though. Okay, extra weak spot damage and just straight up extra range damage. Perfect. What are you panicking about? Does he have to reload? Probably because he had to reload. Or might be that. Hi. Probably not. When is it ever? It's never that simple. No. Huh? Oh boy. God damn it. You know what? Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. No. Thinks he can get me just because he gets close. Ha!
That was rough.
That's what I have a sword for. Jerks like him who think I'm vulnerable in close range. I like this bow. So for all that our ammo drops are up, I really can't help but notice that we're not really getting as much as I would like. Really, we're doing this bit again? He's quickly becoming nowhere near as much of an issue now that I understand that he dies to sword reasonably easily. Still hurts like a bastard, but... you know, it's to be expected. I think the game's getting mad because I'm taking my time. Bobbed his head just enough. There we go. Wakey, wakey. Knock that off. Fucking... ah! I really should get the shrapnel bomb moved over to the pistol at the rate I'm going. If it'll even let me. Why? Oh, that's upsetting. Well, that all was just very inconvenient. Good to know some things didn't change with this game.
Glad that's over.
They go, hey, you're not flying forward like a bat out of hell. Here, have lots of specials to make sure you can't go any further forward anytime quick. I assume it's a case of, like, the perceived difficulty that I'm having is such that the game's like, okay, he can handle us throwing big shit at him constantly. Let's just keep throwing big shit because he hasn't been touched by the regulars. Which is fair. I really gotta stop walking through that stuff. He weebled and wobbled, but he didn't fall down. Oh. Easily disposed of. Give me more ammo. I do wish those would auto-dismiss eventually instead of just sitting there until I pay attention to them. Neat. No good for me because I don't do any status effects right now, but good to know that that's a freebie. Didn't give you enough strength to take an arrow to the forehead.
Here we go.
But that proves that they're worshippers of the Ravager. Well, that was a lucky guess. Of course, you know, the good old standard of when in doubt, shoot it works out on that one. Probably don't need to use the bow for them, though. Yeah. Ooh. Hidden staircase. That, I presume, pulls this back up then, so this is an elevator. Knock, knock. Got these fine leather jackets. Anybody? Uh-huh. Checked for traps and found traps. There's only one of them. But I'm sure the second I touch the treasure, he's gonna activate and try to fuck my shit up. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I guess. Yep, he moved. You think you're so clever. Is it a case of me turning my back on him? Yep, sure is. Look at you, you satyr weeping angel. Ah. Yeah, you know, I deserved that. Well, I got what was down there anyway. That's what I get for being a smartass and try to smack him. I fully deserve to die for that one. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of mod power generation. It'll come in handy. And, ooh, just straight 7% damage reduction. Neat. So that does prove, though, that the weird satyr weeping angel thing down there is an instant kill. Because he just went, fuck you, Crunch. I'd probably die if I jumped off of there. Just map this out. On the bright side, we should have a pretty free and clear run back to where we went down there.
This is
We'll have to fight some dudes, but that's about it. You know, if I'd stop missing this guy completely, that'd be great. There he is. I keep not realizing that his axes explode. That's what keeps screwing me up, I think. It's messing with me that the highlights stay on the corpses. So I keep thinking that they're gonna start crawling after me like some of them do. Okay, so it brought the mages back too. It's important to know. So that didn't work out for him at all. Do 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 do. Hey, skill duration. Do I want to rearrange that at all? Can I even rearrange that? Ah, there we go. Skill damage. The ammo pickup one's the one that's already there. Yeah, I think skill damage will be slightly better for me than melee crit, considering I don't melee. I probably don't need to pay any attention to that yet, but may as well while I'm here and thinking about it. On the other side of that wall. 1, 2, a 3. Whoa, hello. Cheeky bastard. Not so funny when it happens to you, is it? Not sure what he's doing there still, and I still don't intend to let him finish figuring that move out. The old reflexes from the first game are coming back. Hunter level 2. At least now we'll be getting more ammo, because I believe that said crit hit kills would get me... weak point hit, rather.
Glad that's over.
Yeah, I have 25% more ammo drops from things that die to weak spot hits. So as long as I keep doing what I've been doing, which is aiming for heads, we should be good for ammo for a while. You know, aside from on things like this, where I'm still not sure where the weak spot is. And then, you know, the Weeble Wobble is a problem too, but that's neither here nor there. I heard that. Okay. You guys really don't know when to quit, do you? They're getting real uppity all of a sudden. It's almost like they heard me making a ruckus and noticed I existed or something. Oh wait, they probably did, because I've been firing my pistol like a lunatic. Nice of you to show up, just to die. What is making all that racket? Oh, it's you. Knock it off. Okay, you get a lot of rot generation from that. Figured that would have hit him. Oh well. Oh, hi there. No. Do 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 do. There's the hole we dropped down before.
All right, let's do this.
Let's check down this pathway over here this time. Or did we do that already? No, we did do that already. Never mind. So just in case we need to kill all those wizard or dudes, we should probably just pop him right quick. It's not like he's a threat. But just in case they all need to die for something to trigger, we should do our best to make sure they all die. Oh, hi there. I don't know how you didn't notice all this happening. Oh, that wasn't the hole we went down last time, apparently. That was just a random death pit instead. Because, you know, that's something this needed. Random death pit. Well, that's upsetting. Oh, well. Wonder if they realize all they're doing is making me stronger. On that note, we might as well actually upgrade some stuff since we're back at a checkpoint anyway. Apparently I also have enough for another weapon thingy. Vroom.
Traveler. Oh, thank the founder. You're alive. Where's... What happened?
Can't talk, gotta kill things. Yeah, we got a lot to unpack for him right now.
I knew the founder was up to something. I mean, who else wants to visit the old lord, huh? Look, I'm sorry you got involved in this, Traveler. So, then what happened? Wait, what? Clementine? Where is she? Is she okay? Right, sorry. Clementine, she means a lot.
You've got the hots for it. It's okay, you can say it.
You gotta find her. I'll get everybody together. If she went through the World Stone, she could be anywhere. Hey, I get that, but she could be anywhere. Do you understand? It's a World Stone. It takes you to other worlds. All right, I'll get Brabus and Riggs. I'll tell them to... Oh, what the hell am I doing? I don't know what's out there any more than you do.
Exactly.
I'd be putting the whole town at risk. Clem wouldn't want that. Hell, it's a miracle you came back. No, we gotta trust you on this, like you said. Is that all right?
Wouldn't have said it if it wasn't.
Thanks, Traveler. Talk to the folks around town. They should have any supplies you need. You know, Ford used to tell me, old Commander Ford, not the founder, that a leader and a hero are two different things. The leader's place is always with her people. I thought she was just taking a dig at her grandfather for leaving all the time, but I think I'm starting to understand her better now.
It's a bit of both, honestly.
If you need anything, you know where to find me.
Now, anything you could actually provide, which is sadly not as much as I would like, probably. Hey, I found things. Weird shit.
This better be good. What did you bring me?
I wish I could tell you. Astral Burst. Well, that's a little sad and disappointing. Was kind of hoping for more than that. Hold that thought.
We're finished here.
How goes it, friend?
Yeah, as is tradition, that stuff needs luminite. That's expected. Ah, okay, so I can revert upgrades. That's actually going to be really nice, probably, because I'm betting I'm going to end up upgrading something that I'm no longer going to want after a bit. Cough, cough. This pistol. Cough, cough. I mean, hell, even the lever action rifle looks like it might actually still be somewhat viable if you just look at pure numbers at the moment. Like, this does more damage than either of them, but it is a little slow. There's an argument to be made for making the rusty lever action stronger. Because it's only 10 less than the Huntmaster. It's a real dumb looking thing with the scrap shot on it. Yeah, it doesn't have a weak spot modifier or anything though. And it doesn't have a critical hit chance. Yeah, other than the fact that you can't fit a different mod on this, this is probably still the better option for me at the moment. And I still don't know what mutators are. We haven't encountered any of those yet. Yeah, even this has a critical hit chance. That's a significant enough damage jump. We'll go ahead and take that. I also can't help but notice that he doesn't have an option to upgrade my armor, and that upsets me. Though I do remember hearing that upgrading armor just isn't a thing anymore, aside from replacing sets. And I'm not entirely opposed to that thought, but I'm not sure how to feel. We'll go ahead and upgrade the pistol a couple times just because we have no other pistol, and I would like it to be functional. I feel bad, but I feel like the Huntmaster is just straight up replaced.
So long.
Because I feel like for me at this point, the bow is doing the same job but better. Which is kind of funny that we found a straight replacement basically for it so quickly. But, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. And slap the... Jesus Christ. This fucking thing. At least the pistol has more of a purpose now because it has a mod on it to give me more of a reason to swap to it. Though, actually, I'm about to kick myself, I think. Because guess who just remembered that Brabus had other pistols he was selling?
Good for big game. How's the ward treating you? Not so much. Treat you worse if you like. What you looking for?
Because, you know, we could just literally buy a better pistol right now. And it looks like you can buy a variant of most of the starting weapons, it looks like. Because that looks an awful lot like the shotgun that the Challenger or whatever the hell his name was starts with. That looks an awful lot like the machine gun the medic starts with. I don't see our gun in here, but that might be because we have it already.
Ooh, I wonder if I can make a decent trap out of that one.
But I do appreciate that they give you all of these options right out the gate. As soon as you're able to buy them, of course.
Well, good for big game, but not so much what I'm after.
My nature wants me to buy the hand cannon. But my brain's telling me it's probably better to have the service pistol. And I'm just not even really acknowledging the melee weapons. I feel like we'll probably find some kind of silly magic melee weapon at some point that I'll use.
I'll bet Riggs could help me out. I should stop by sometime.
Let me check a thing while I'm sitting here thinking about this. Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that the encoder hadn't gotten overloaded and I hadn't dropped any frames or anything.
I wonder if I can make a decent trap out of that one.
Yeah, we'll buy the service pistol for now.
Think you can handle this? Remember, the choices you make out there can come back to haunt you. Believe me.
Oh, I'm aware. I've already made one choice that I'm going to be annoyed with myself about. And that was upgrading the repeater only to immediately replace it. Because I'm a fool. The only downside to this service pistol is it does have a smaller magazine size. So it may not actually be as straight a benefit as I thought. So that's not half bad. It's not half bad at all. Oh, funny thing from when I was testing on that note. Notice how your ammo's turning infinite when you stand specifically up against one of these? When I was testing, I didn't realize that. So I stood, like, just back here a bit, and it never triggered the infinite ammo. So I ended up wasting all my ammo in there before going with Ford, and then I had to scrounge ammo when I got to Asia. It wasn't a big issue, but it's just like, ah, really? Like, one more step forward would have solved that problem.
How goes it, friend?
Worst case, we can melt down any of these. Which, do I lose the item? No. It just gives me back most of what I wasted. Okay. Then yeah, that's fine. I'll just undo what I did there, and we don't think about that anymore. Everything is fine. That is concerning to see in the middle of that circle there. Yep, bring me back to where I left. Now, slightly better armed. We should be able to get through here as long as I don't jump down another hole. Or get eaten by another weeping angel statue. So it did have a health bar, and I really want to see if I can destroy it, but I feel like that's a mistake. Yeah, this is definitely going to serve me better. It's got just enough punch to be more meaningful than the repeater. Oh, it was the caster that detected me. Okay. He bobbed his head just in time for me to shoot. Are you fucking joking? Get off of me! Yep, this is going wrong suddenly. This is going very wrong. Oh, I didn't finish reloading like a fool. So that slow, I think, is actually worth its weight in gold. Because that kept them all nice and clumped up, and then the bombers did the work for me. Unless when the caster went down, everybody started going. I'm not sure. Either way, that was a problem. It was a problem I let get way out of hand. But, you know, sometimes you gotta make mistakes to learn the limits of things. I do like how it's showing all of the floors on the map as well, so I can actually tell where things are in space a bit better. Like, they're reasonably split up so that they layer in a way that actually makes sense. Heard that. Where's the thing that made that noise? I saw the purple and I thought there was a glowy thing. Glowy thing was my own hand because my bow makes my hand glow. Fucking with my head. No. That thing you're gonna do, no. Refuse. Hi. Goodbye. Yeah, that I think is the hole I'm supposed to have gone down. I found a different one somehow. Does it actually like do anything? No, this is just another way to have gotten here. Eat. Saw red pop up for a second when I swung my cursor across there. Oh, hi. Found the source of the red. This jerk. Waiting for me to come down the ladder. I keep forgetting that I can't just perpetually hold those. I don't think it went up there last time, did? I don't want to go there up there this time either. Funny how that works out. No. Whatever it is that does, no. Overkilled the hell out of that guy, but, you know, sometimes you just make a snap reaction and bad things happen to people. We already were here. Yeah, because this is where I shot the other guy in the back. Thank you. You blew up your friends for me, and that was very helpful. Sadly, he didn't blow up his friends enough to kill them, but, you know, every little bit. I'll take what I can get and all that.
Great. More bad news.
Well, it was bad news for him, if that helps. Pop. That's the one I fell down and died. Oh yeah, this pistol is a lot better now. Don't even need the bow against him anymore. Pop. Pop. Apparently somewhere on their back is a weak point. We got a yellow number on one of those bombers. And there's a perfect timing shot on this bow too, because sometimes my arrows turn purple. And it seems to be when I loose like right as it hits the circle. So that's worth keeping in mind too. Well, somebody may be victorious, but I'm gonna give you a hint, it's not you. Especially not you in particular. Also, yeah, those purple shots really hit hard. Casting speed, you say? Might actually be interested in that. It's not right now. But I'll keep that in mind. I really did die the first time, like right before a checkpoint, huh? That's a boss fight right over there. That has to be a boss fight. Urgh. Relics can replace your dragon heart, offering unique and specialized benefits. Equip them in your relic slot in your inventory. Yep, get relic fragments, put them in there. Dwell can get you more of them. So I don't know why it's telling me about relics right now when I don't have one. That's a little weird. I guess since it's telling me about relic fragments, it's like, you know what, let's tell them about relics while we're at it. Well, let's see how bad this is, shall we? What could possibly go wrong? So I'm probably going to want a different primary weapon for boss fights going forward, but I'll have to find one first. Hello? That was timed. Not on purpose. Of course you're awake and alive. Something about that don't seem right. That seems like a problem. Yep, hate it here. Hate everything about that. Oh, I see. Looking into it induces madness, huh? Okay. That's a thing. And I don't know what madness does, but I get the distinct feeling that I don't want to find out. Obviously, the madness-inducing thing is the problem. But it seems like it's actively absorbing the madness generated on me to summon the minions. I just couldn't shoot for a second there for some reason. So you are registering as an enemy. Also, I lost a bunch of health again somewhere. Ah, wow, 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 wow. Okay, madness seems to hurt a bunch, but it's not, like, otherwise a major issue. There he goes. So that wasn't so bad. I got the Agnosia Driftwood.
Glad that's over.
You and me both. He was loud. I do wonder why the the body in the chair was registering as an enemy, though, since we couldn't seem to hurt it. Well, he's dead now. They were 1. Now they're 0.
Bag's full.
I will say, having to take the time to draw those bow shots back really was a bit of a risk. I probably could have just, like, drew the shot, then turned and looked for him. But I didn't want to overdraw the bow and end up, like, having them go flying willy-nilly. If I had to, like, chase him when he moves or anything. All in all, that wasn't that bad a fight. I have to imagine for some setups that fight might kind of suck, though. Mostly just because it throws a lot of minions. And if I went in there with just the repeater and my starting rifle, I probably would have had some trouble with that. Just purely on the basis of I wouldn't have been able to keep the crowd down. I was looking at fancy purple magic stuff, guys. Leave me alone. I think urgency was a reload speed boost. Yeah, reload speed on kill. Which should actually work beautifully with this bow. Since almost every shot out of it kills so far. Aside from against bosses, of course. That looks like death down there. They really should put some safety railings in this place. Birds. And yeah, it is popping urgency every time, because you can see it popping at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I've got enough of that.
Missed it. Missed it again. I'll be honest with y'all, on those shots, I wasn't actually fully looking. I knew he was there, and I was relatively aimed at him, so I was just firing while I took a glance over at chat and CPU usage at the same time, as I saw that the CPU usage spiked. So I was trying to figure that out while shooting him at the same time. That one was just me being bad. Like, if I fuck it up, I'll own it, but the other one was me being distracted. Which is in its own way me being bad still, but you get the idea.
No more room.
Well, make room. Get bigger pockets.
Shit.
Scanning. Scanning. Target sighted. Sank same. Or I hit some clipping or something, I guess? I don't know. He's dead now. That's what matters. Howdy, big boy. Oh, you can hit through walls with that, huh? That's great for you. Love that for you. Ow. There we go. Yeah, I think the bow is not really the best for him. Not until the plate's down, at least. Once the plate's down, I could probably destroy him with it. Oh, it's a deer. There's a burp next to me, and I'm like, what the fuck was that? Let's take the windy stairs instead of the straight stairs that lead to a ladder. I feel like the ladder's a death trap. Yeah, I can't say that I was wrong, because there's an explosive here and an enemy right around the corner from the ladder. And he was facing the ladder. So yeah, overall, definitely think I made the right call there. Rude. Anyway, easily dealt with. Doesn't seem like there's any reason to go the other way. Onward. There's a checkpoint. And a big old water hole. I'm glad that just works. No need to question why it worked. I'm glad that just works. The construction stands at an endless midpoint. Oh, this endless job done at the behest of the High Vaunts. To think we once thought it an honor. If this quagmire is the wage of the honored, then I wish that I had remained only the second, or better yet, perhaps the fourth or fifth best as luthier among the pan. I fear my cohorts will drive me mad. The architect is a fine pan. He keeps to his figures, and he keeps away from mine. Best of all, he speaks only when called by the task. With this so-called maestro, he speaks in such riddles, one ear on you and one on the Aephir's song, or so he claims. Funny, I've spent my whole life among songsters and bards, and the only ones who claim to hear the world song are the mad ones. Wherever his ears are tuned, his mouth stays on the move. Truly, his voice is only at rest when he finally have need of a direct answer. And the vaunts are scarcely better. Their mumblings of piety and duty to balance, and whatever else, when all I really need to know is how soon the large drum will be prepared that I might do my part. I'm gonna take a picture of this, because I assume I need it for something. As to what that something is, I don't know. But it's important to take notes, because you never know when something will be important. Touch. There we go. Now we've been fully restored. Does this door open? I feel like this door doesn't have much of a purpose. Yep. Okay, so there's probably loot behind that door. So it almost looks like you can just walk around to the other side of it. No. It leads to a little room. Just the layering of the map makes it look like it goes somewhere else. So if we can get that open, there's probably going to be something nice in there. As to how that opens, though, presumably relates to the book. So we just have to find something that will actually provide a puzzle. And then we can solve the puzzle. There's more of that stuff. I hope it's not some kind of sound puzzle, because it sounded like they were talking about a bunch of music stuff. If it's a sound puzzle, I might just either A, brute force it or call it a wash. Looks like we need to go that way. Means we're not going that way right now. Music's getting louder going this way. No, it's a pan.
Oh, Baxeltek. We must speak again.
What do you mean again?
Friend Baxeltek, it returns. Of course, many seasons ago, Baxeltek and I spoke of songs and... of course. It is not the same Baxeltek. Forgive me. The horns, it does not have them. A new friend, then, hmm? So what brings it to beleaguered Yesha? I have traveled these woods for countless days, all save for the temple ahead, which I dare not enter for fear of the beast within. I have seen no one, neither Baxultek nor Pan. I fear to send Baxultek to the temple, but if there is any hope at all, it lies within. Alas, the great water heart which tales tell once opened the temple has been shattered for an age and an age. There is no hope without its song. Yet beware, friend Baxultek, for the Ravager has been killed before. There is none more powerful than that which shakes off death like fallen leaves.
Yeah, things that can't be killed are kind of a problem. I'm inclined to agree with him on that.
Ask its questions, Baxultek. Quite so. Baxultek have graced this world for generations. The Elder, the one it calls forth. The Destroyer, to whom many faces fell. The Wanderer, who faced the Ravager and lived. Alas, songs are not sung of Baxultek, but I am blessed to have met many. Its kind bring this one joy and song. I seek hope, friend Baxultek. Yaisha is broken. Corruption waxes while the tree wanes. The balance groans in pains of birth. Yet through it all, the song of Aether has hung in the air. One could always hear it in the wind and water, sand and star. I came to the temple hoping to hear its melodies once more, not on the wind, but in plain truth, as it was meant to be. Alas, I fear the song is lost forever, destined to live in memory alone.
Well, that didn't sound great.
There is much to tell, though, alas, I am no scholar. Suffice to say, the Ravager and Doe are the heart of this world, the very essence of the balance. The Doe is life, the Ravager, death, each necessary in equal measure, if the Lemir are to be believed. Yet now, the Ravager serves the rot, the corruption that ingests Yesha piece by piece with each passing day. I do not know what will become of our mother, but I trust the songs. So long as we have music, we have hope.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you've got something to hold on to. And the essence of death on your world falling into corruption kind of makes sense.
Ah, a tragic tale woven into many ballads. The story of the Water Harp is the story of Yesha and the Balance. It is the story of the Ban. The great wolf, the Ravager, decimated our people. It was said that it could not be killed, for to do so would upset the balance and bring upon us even worse calamities. So the harp was fashioned to soothe the beast with music. And soothe it did, but only for a time. The beast escaped, silencing the harp in the process, ending its song for long and long. The beast is chaos, and the balance ineluctable. The balance does not concern itself merely with life and death, love and hate, freedom, suppression. The balance governs all.
That's very helpful, but not at the same time.
I can do more than tell the Paxultek. There is a song. Of course, I cannot sing it. I am a flautist, after all, not a vocalist. The lyrics, too, are not the same in Paxultek tongue, but Yesha cares for all her children, kind and wicked alike. To breathe one air, to swim the same stars, all are connected to all. When power calcifies, the blood moon will rise. Inaction serves the powerful. The moon brings forth death, the blood of the oppressed. Balance demands change, or something like that. I have tried to give it some measure of meter, but the wordplay is forever lost in its tongue.
I get the idea behind it. Like, all things have to change. The balance demands that things move forward. Is kind of the beat of the drum behind that.
All roads guided to the temple. If there is any hope at all, it lies in that direction. Though for its friend's sake, I hope I am wrong. Hear the wind, friend Paxultek? It sings to us all.
Now, it's interesting that he mentions 3 Paxultek in particular. Ford, the Destroyer, and the Wanderer. The Wanderer being the one that defeated the Ravager means that that's probably the same one that was mentioned by the other Pan we met earlier, that I had said was most likely referring to the hero of the first game. So most likely the Wanderer is also, again, the player character from the first one. But there may be plenty more humans running around these worlds than we don't know about. So I have to assume there's only so many people running around these worlds. Just considering the nature of how we travel these worlds. I don't know where you kids came from, but I put you back. You chose an interesting place to hang out there, friend. I really thought that explosion would hurt you. But, well, you know. Sometimes bullets have to do what an explosion can't. Yeah. I did not mean to shoot the deer. Well, rip deer. Map's convinced I didn't see things up there, but I'm... Didn't we jump off of that railing? Or is that a different building? Well, this was clearly worth my time either way now, wasn't it? Well. Win some, you lose some. In this case, we lose some time. Sage Stone.
Here they come.
I seem to remember the Sage Stone from the first game, and I want to say that was a stamina regeneration booster or something. Oh, 2 of you this time. You think that's gonna work out better, huh? From one archer to another, die. That got a little bit spicier. It is making me glad I didn't opt for veteran, though, because with the amount that's spawning now, we would start having some real trouble. We had enough trouble getting through that at Chantry, which was mostly just my poor navigation choices, but that's neither here nor there. Oh, experience gain. Neat. I'm absolutely for that. Body, please. This is where a lot of the purple stuff's coalescing, it seems. Oh, the purple stuff's bad for me, huh? Oh, wait, no, that's Blood Moon Essence. Give me that. I want that. Don't fly away. So, fun fact, you can shoot the birds down. Just did that by accident. Hate it here. Whew. Barely avoided getting shot there. I don't have anything for root rot right now, do I? Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. It just has a different model now. Splish splash. You know, if root rot's that easy to get rid of, why haven't we fixed our friend? Oi! Knock it off. Both of you. Very rude. And them spitting at me when my back's turned.
Great. More bad news.
Why you gotta body check me like that, huh? Why you gotta be this way? Because all your friends are dying? Probably because all your friends are dying, isn't it? That sounds like something big showed up. Oh, it's just you kids again. Okay. That's fine. I tried to be fancy and go for a headshot. Their head's a little weird. Oh well. Quit giving me all the melee H-arms, game. God damn it. Where's a range charm when you need one? Not that I need it, but I need it more than I need melee damage. Y'all really got an infestation around here, you know that? I mean, they probably do know that. Considering apparently most of their species appears to be either dead or in hiding. Aside from the weirdos that are just kind of wandering around like, yeah, everything's fine. There's monsters everywhere, but you know. Music. Brr. Huh. So we got 2 doors over here, and I did a whole huge loop of nothing. Joy. Best news I've had all day. Oh, there was one behind me. Well, this works out because this gets us back where we were going quicker. That brings us back over to where the 2 doors are. Rather than me pissing around making my way back. But this is the one that isn't marked as need to go this way. So... looking like we can't go there right now, though. Considering, that. That does seem like a problem. Ah. This might solve my problem. Ah!
This looks important.
That's what the symbols I have are. I knew I was right to take a picture of that. Now, figuring out what this means is a whole other animal. Ah. By raising and lowering the pegs, I presume... No, it doesn't block this being rotated past it. For those wondering, there's a long line after this one. And a long line after this one. No... Wait, no. No, there's 2 that are similar, too. So presumably, the lines are, like, noting where the pegs are? Question mark? I really wish I had taken a picture of the text of the book, too, but the book was just the guy complaining about the people he was working with, so it probably wouldn't have helped us anyway. But the order from top left to bottom right is this one, this one, this one again, and then this, completely ignoring this one. So I assume I get rid of the peg that's here. Like, there's probably no pegs on this line at all. Again, I'm making a lot of assumptions here because I have very little to work with. I just have this over here has a line after it leading to this one. And then there's a line after this one. Then there's nothing between these two. Nothing between this one and that one either. And then there's a line after this one. Like, I'll be the first to say this one genuinely I feel like I have no information. Because I don't understand what it's trying to tell me with these lines. That's very clearly the answer to the puzzle, I just don't understand the answer. It has to be that those lines are the locations of the pegs. But I don't know if it's trying to tell me that there's like a peg under each of the ones that have a line coming off of it. If so, then why is the one I'm underneath right now shown twice? Once with one and once without one. Is there another one of these mechanisms? Or is it only the one? And I presume this lever only does a good thing if I've got that set up right. Yep, it is a music puzzle. Okay. Because that's gonna go up and play the strings, presumably.
This looks important.
Well, no shit, Sherlock. It's obviously important. Also, hold on 1 second. It's getting warm in here. Okay, that's better. Perhaps now I can think better. Because the only thing I can think of is the lines are like holding those notes. So it'd be a case of it, like a peg hits it to cause the note. It holds on that note a while. Then the next peg hits. And then after that peg, it then holds on that note for a bit. Then it goes to the third one, the fourth one, and then it holds the fifth one. That's the only thing I can read looking at this. So it'd be something like this. This one starts it. It holds that note. The thing is, I don't know how long it's meant to hold the note for either. Like, I'm just gonna clear everything that isn't related to what I'm working on right now, which I think is already all cleared. Okay, I only have so much of a range to rotate. So I probably should be starting from the top. So let's remove this because it's too far down. So this is the first one. We start with that. It holds the note, like, we'll say it holds for 2. And then this one's next. And then this one's after that. And then it hits this one next and holds that for the duration. So there's probably meant to be more space between these, because that seems entirely too quick. Let's get rid of all of that. One, 2, 3, 4. Because the thing is, the lines are about the space of where 2 of the notes would be. So in theory, it would be 2 beats. Beats of hold on each. So it would be like here. And then this one holds for 2. And then it goes to here. It then goes back immediately. And then it goes... Except there's not enough room for that. So are the lines just 1 beat? Or am I just fundamentally not understanding something here? So I guess let's just go with it being a beat of 1. So it would then... Now, transition here, immediately here. And then it immediately goes over to this one. And then it has 1 extra beat afterwards. We'll see if that works. No. I don't understand what this puzzle's asking of me. The other thing is it's on 2 separate lines. And it almost matches the song he's playing. As it goes do 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 do. If you think about it in terms of each line being a note held. Because he's probably meant to be another hint. But apparently I'm fucking this up somewhere?
This looks important.
And I just don't understand where. It's like, the only thing I can tell is this one right here is not involved. This one doesn't matter. This line just doesn't exist. The only other thing I can think of is since it's on 2 separate lines, maybe these 2 lines are occurring at the same time? So like this goes, holds 1, 2, 3, 4, then it goes to here. And this holds for the remainder. Because those are evenly spaced, so that makes sense. And the other line would then, I guess, start up here. Okay, that solves that mystery. They can't be on the same line. See, then that makes what I'm doing right now make no sense. But I'm gonna try it? As you can tell, it's meant to be repeating because it ends up pulling up the pegs all around it. So it's meant to be repeating much like his song is.
That looks important.
But I just cannot for the life of me figure this one out. Like, I feel like I get the idea and I'm just screwing something up. I just don't know what. But I'm definitely willing to file this under I don't understand musical notation, and that's why I'm having so much trouble here. This has been too long since I've had to read sheet music for any purpose at all. The solution of the puzzle... Let's look at it again so you guys get to see what I'm looking at. So you understand what I'm talking about. Since the solution is literally just right over here. See, this is what I mean. This is why I picked this one first, and then left space. Picked this one, left space. And then I assumed it just continued on down here. That didn't work. I then tried doing both of them at the same time. That also didn't work. And the thing is, this refers to the Beast's song, which I assumed was the thing that was listed there. Though I can't help but notice that a lot of what was written in the book's not actually written in the book. It shows up only here. This is just the first bit of what we read, and then I ran out of pages to turn. But apparently there's still all of this. So let's read this and see if this helps me. I know I should be patient. I know that this music box we build, or is it a building that we fill with music? It is for a greater good. The beast, this ravager, the workers call it. I gather it has had its feast of soldiers. It is starting in on the villages. I know it must be stopped. I know this tune of the vaunts is thought to do the job. In order to soothe the creature, this harp we build must be made to play that which the infernal maestro refers to as the beast's song. They tell me we will go down in history. I care not. They tell me lives will be saved. I cannot pretend that this does not move me. But I swear if these old pan keep at their arguments, the life that needs saving will be mine or theirs. Because I may yet break my lute over their heads. It works. The final construction was completed a half moon gone. We were stuck in cycles of endless tuning, load adjustment tuning, stream pressure tuning. It seemed it would never end, even up to the last night. We had just supped, and many among our company were as yet dragging the crusts of bread about the border of the bowl. As the maestro did discourse endlessly as always, I began to doze. All at once a terrible sound rose from the wilderness, a howling. It was the beast, this very ravager, shown here. Nothing in the stories can prepare you for it, but for one thing, the size, completely out of keeping with the legend, and the teeth. The creature fell upon our guard, and I'm unashamed to say I did not linger to ascertain their fate. I ran. We all ran. I do not know what possessed me to head for the great harp. I acted on instinct, as they claim one does during times of great stress. To my horror, the beast eschewed all other courses and pursued me. Borne aloft by this instinct, or perhaps by fate itself, I found myself before the mechanism. It was still primed from the tuning. I pulled the lever. The beast's song rang out pure and true. It was just as the old buggers promised. The beast fell dead asleep. We saved, if not all, well, we saved most. I would have thought this to be an opportunity to open the beast's throat, but the vaunts forbid it. Something about the balance in the forest and the footsteps of the doe. A moon ago I might have scoffed, but then again these vaunts have a knack for truth-telling. My uneaten body is testament. let them solve the what next on their own. So that was helpful, but didn't actually help me at all. Presumably, this is the song I need to play. But apparently I fucked it up somewhere, and I still don't know where. So I'm at an impasse of two options here. A, I continue to fiddle with this puzzle and try to get that, presumably the bridge to open. Considering it crosses over to over here, I would assume it then does something pertaining to that. I just don't know what. Because at the same time, it also doesn't actually look like a bridge would extend anywhere here. Looks like it's already been destroyed. Considering the chain's just hanging limply over there. Now, there's a possibility that I may have to come back to this. Like, maybe I'm supposed to go over to the other door first, and then come back. Because he did say that there was no way to get into the temple without the broken pieces of the Great Harp. So it may be that that's broken and that's why I can't solve that. But that in turn begs the question, how do I get up there? The answer apparently lies right behind where I was. Except that doesn't look very workable over there. Ah, it's this staircase here. So I guess let's see where this leads us. And that may be why I couldn't do anything, is because I had to go this way first. And my stubborn attempts to subvert the progression path is why this didn't go anywhere. Faithless Thicket 3. I still don't know what the number up there means. Like, I don't know if that means there's 3 things to be gained here or what. Oh, okay. With the weird, like, smoky shape in front of it, I thought I was dealing with, like, a bunch of ghost creatures or something. Which would have been really cool. Instead, it's just Roly Boy. Where? What? How? Interesting. Saw you that time, you little bastard. Are things being thrown at me? I'm slowly getting chipped to death by something I can't see. Oh. Maybe that was the culprit. Because that was the sound I kept hearing before I got hit. I just never happened to be looking the right way to spot it. Sneaky. Very, very sneaky. I thought I was getting stuff thrown at me or shot at me from the bridge. Because that would have made sense for why I couldn't see anything down on the level I was at, was because it was above me. No, it still was above me. It's not the way I thought. Gonna go out on a limb and assume this door's not gonna open. Yep, what do you know? There's an NPC on the other side of it alongside the checkpoint. So getting over there is gonna be worth my while. Just gotta figure out how. And since no prompts came up or anything, it's not a key door or anything. Probably a matter of I just have to take the long way around and eventually it'll open. And from the other side. A whole lot of you little buggers. Okay, starting to get upsetting now, game. Considering I can basically do nothing at points here, this is kind of annoying. They're going a little nuts. Look here, you little shit. Enough out of you. Okay. So that went poorly. Ended up burning 2 heal charges just to not die to the spam in that situation. It's not ideal.
Here they come.
Fuck you in particular. Fuck. No. Okay, these roly boys are getting annoying. Getting real tired of them already. Case in point. They just keep coming in out of nowhere. Cut it out, game. For the love of God. I would like to do literally anything without getting a rolling ball thrown at me. Jesus Christ. I would go check my map to see if I'm going the right way, but in the time it takes me to open the damn map, they're probably gonna assault me with more goddamn roly boys. It's just to be annoying. So we're getting slowly chipped to death by that. Where? Ow. Oh, for fuck's sake. Another one of you? Really? We are gonna die. There's no two ways about it. What am I supposed to do with that? Bloody hell. Like, that was the very essence of game mad. Going to kill you now. There's nothing else I could say on that one. The worst part is those things survive a pistol shot with like a pixel of health. Yes, yes. And I don't think they'd be so bad if they weren't just everywhere. Like, the snakes from the previous area were fine. These guys are just a nuisance. It's like, oh, hey, you turned your head. Here's 4 more. Haha. Isn't that fun? Like, I'm very much reminded of the little guys from the first game. Same with the whole popping out of the ground thing, too, on that note. And the being really annoying about constantly spawning everywhere. Just shoot that down before it becomes a problem. Seriously? Like, it just seeds those bombs everywhere. This is a very annoying spawn. I am not a fan. Like, welcome to the spawn of pure aggravation, apparently. Ah, yes, because I needed flyers to harass me in this section, too. Great. Reload the gun faster, you useless slub. Really could use bullets. Okay. Oh, look, here comes some more. Haha. What you always wanted, right? 50 million little roly boys.
All right, let's do this.
Oh, I remember you. You look an awful lot like a bad thing from the first game. And I didn't like him then, and I don't like him now. Surprised he survived a bow shot when the pistol was dropping those in one. But maybe that was a stronger one. Stop it. Yeah, those were stronger ones because they're dropping lumite crystals. Okay.
That's it?
That's where I died right there a minute ago. Let's go this way first. Woof. Oh, and you guys are here now, huh? Great. See, that one died just by a touch. The gentle caress of a bullet entering its body. Probably shouldn't be running in circles in here, buddy. Really doesn't help your cause or mine. That just leads back down. Trying to tell me that that whole area over here was pointless. God damn it. The entire side path is completely irrelevant. My favorite. Completely pointless side paths. Everybody loves a completely pointless side path. So we got an exit here. God damn it. We all know why I'm saying that and turning around. Because I gotta see if there's another door at the other part over here. It involves walking through more of Rollerball Land. And I'm already very tired of Rollerball Land. Not this time.
This isn't.
Waited for them to move to make sure they were or not already dead. I couldn't tell if it was corpses that rolled up there after being shot in the other part or not. Hear them. Eat. Later, dummies. That's the other problem, is they blend in with some of the area. Which I do have a way around that. I don't, however, have a way around getting stun locked by the little bastards. The other reason why I decided to go this way was in the hopes that this actually leads back around to where we open that door. But I'm assuming one of these doorways probably leads there. And I was right, there's a second door. Settingly enough. Unfortunately, neither of them are anywhere within a country mile of where that is, so I can't even begin to guess which of these would take me there. But this is on the right and the door's on the right, so I'm going to try this one first. Wait, no, this is the plot door. Never mind, we're going to go back to the other one. Because the other one's the extra door. And the extra door, we probably won't come back for if I don't do it now. So, we'll go do that one first. Hooray! More walking through Rollerball Land. Why do I do this to myself? That's a genuine thing I wonder on a regular basis. Why do I do these things to myself? I very frequently make some very interesting life choices, and I never know what the hell I was thinking after the fact. Just in case something stupid happens right as I walk up here. I'm just gonna pop that so it doesn't get blown up on me and I somehow die. 'Cause that would be the icing on the cake at the moment. Like, oh hey, you made it! Boom! Start over! Sad. Checkpoint. Imperial Gardens, huh? You know, that's a hindsight thought right there. Why didn't I step in, touch the checkpoint of either of these, and then come back and touch the checkpoint of the other one so I could have just warped between them? That would have been the smart thing. Also, take note of the big old monster head up here. That's not ominous at all. And I think I'm good to keep going, but I am going to get up for a quick moment. So I'm going to run a quick ad and all that good shit while I'm away for literally a minute. So, be right back. Okay. So let's see what we have to deal with here in the Imperial Gardens. Aside from a lot of death pits, which already makes me feel so good about this place. Just the nicest feeling.
Never seen anything like this before.
Can't possibly have anything bad happen in the garden, right? It's actually a pretty nice place. And I immediately regret saying that. On the bright side, though, those are more my speed. That, though, don't like that. You gonna come back? If it comes back, I might try to shoot it again. I'm just gonna wait a second and see if it does. Guess not. Okay. Ah. Ta-da! Prizes. Nope, don't like that. Don't like that at all. Just gonna put that down immediately.
Damn it!
Don't you knock me off this ledge. Something's walking down here. I need to not be in there. Well, don't like that already, too. Got a core there, buddy. There he goes. So he wasn't that bad. He also exploded. So that could have been a lot worse. Man, there's all kinds of upsetting sounds now that the game acknowledges that I'm here and is upset about it. Well, that's what I get for shooting something that I didn't kill, huh? Well, there's the sting of something coming to screw my day up. Oh, 2 of you this time, huh? Well, that's great. Here, have fun with that. And here, you can have one of these, too. In fact, have them both. It's nice that that slows their attacks, too. So I definitely made the right call taking the slow effect, I think. Have I mentioned that I dislike it here? Because boy, do I dislike it here. Just in case anybody missed the memo on that one. On the bright side, the bow kills those pretty quick if I can just land the shot. I keep thinking the weak point's higher than it is the other problem. Because you think you have to shoot over that, like, rib cage thing in order to hit it, but you can actually just shoot through the rib cage, apparently. I feel mocked. A goddamn stone smiley face. Going through all this crap and the game just fucking points a stone smiley face at me like, hey, hey. Just half expect to hear a little tee-hee noise when I walk up to it. Oi. Bad. Worse. Now, as much as I appreciate them getting more creative with these root types, I'm not sure I'm a fan of some of them. Not gonna lie. Kind of regret it a little bit. There's that fucking thing again. Oh. Oh, that's the boss, huh? I had a bad feeling about that, and I really shouldn't have done that. But, you know, here I am. I've already gone and done it. I figured anything that big was probably going to be a boss fight, and, well, apparently I was correct. He also really does not appreciate being shot. Crazy thought, I know. Woo! Okay, now something actually did laugh at me. That is the worst timing. That is the worst timing right there. I hear I turn and look and fall off a fucking cliff. God damn it. He was laughing at me. I'm gonna need to remember to come back and clip that later. Goddamn, got myself again. Like, I think that might be one of the worst bits, is like, oh yeah, you fucked up. On this is the 34th day of the landing of the Eternal One's 6th season of light. Her Imperial Eternity honors me with a heavy task. Oh, it's just that thing flying over. Okay. I paused because I wanted to make sure I wasn't about to get murderized for reading. They seem to be hanging out waiting for me to read, so... With each passing 10 day, the consumption of those false saplings that despise the balance and devour all that breathes grow in force and frenzy. Her permanence has confided unto me the existence of an ancient palace, perhaps older than the Red Widows themselves, that safeguards a number of relics extremely valuable to the Pan that must be found and safeguarded. The Eternal One would not say what these relics were, nor why they have remained buried to the ages for all this time. I can only imagine that my Lady Empress thought them safe from any trouble Yeisha yet might bring, but now the consumption is not of Yeisha. I fear it is a trouble that is beyond even the beast and doe. I must leave soon. The 3rd of Kolkesh, 6th of light. Alright, the jungle is worse than I knew. I have traveled for nearly a 10 day and have not yet reached even the outskirts of the Imperial Gardens. I have yet to go far out of my way to avoid the consumption. They are everywhere, stalking, destroying, scorning the balance at every turn. I must travel in stealth, far from path and stream, lest I lead those twisted bows to the Eternal Lady's most hallowed ground. Her eternal faith during this troubled time brings me great honor. 22nd of Kolkesh. I have reached the Holy Gardens and breathed the jungle's breath, the same air our ancestors and immortals did breathe. These lands were once expansive and beautiful, tended by the widow's most talented hands, but nature has long had its way here. The balance must ever be appeased. This makes my task more difficult. The gardens are unkempt and the resplendence obscured, yet they remain an ever-expansive tangle of verdure. Finding my lady's palace will be more difficult than I had hoped. Yet find it I must, for the consumption is on my hooves, and though these gardens belong to the balance, I fear even the balance cannot hold against the consumption forever. I must complete her eternity's errand before it is too late. 25th of Cole. The consumption is here in the gardens, not yet in force, but I've seen evidence of the false sapling's passage. Scouts, perhaps. Do they hunt me, or spread of their own accord? It matters not. My quest remains the same, only the urgency has crested. 1st of Thenium. At long last I found the palace. It is truly glorious. The jungle has reclaimed what the Pan have made, but its beauty remains undiminished. If anything, the balance has made the stones more magnificent. Alas, the only ingress I've yet found is closed to me. I have no key. Could her permanence neglected to inform her most transient servant? No, the Eternal Lady would not have sent me on a fool's errand. She trusts me to deduce whatever truth is needed. I must not fail her. 3rd of Thenium, the consumption are here. At the very gates! I have thus far escaped their notice, but they are unremitting. My opportunity wanes. I must find a way in, yet the key eludes me. Surely the ancients must have left clues or marks on these hallowed grounds. Surely her permanence would not abandon me to Arin's folly. I must keep looking. I cannot give in, not after having come so far. The only road to failure is surrender. Well, he may or may not have gotten it at any point. But the consumption, as he calls it, is certainly here in force at this point.
Great. More bad news.
Yeah, we get a lot of that. I don't know if you've noticed. I do like how the books actually stay open on the ground. I don't know if anybody caught that as I walked by. They stay on the page you open them to, and they stay open laying where they were left. Because they start out closed. As books do. In a way, this place is better than what we were just dealing with the Roly Boys. Even though we're getting ambushed at every turn, it feels somehow slightly fairer because there's not 50 of them at every turn. So I suppose it's a case of it'll depend on your setup whether this is a better or worse place for you compared to the other one. For me, with my long range, slow targets at distance are great. Fast-moving targets in numbers are not. Oh, I see. That's why the other one came back so quick before. Oh, I don't like that. Cut it out with the magic. Steel beats magic. That's why they burst when they die, is because they're releasing the parasite that made them. Should have figured. Oh well. We figured it out now. That explains why we saw one of those floating around the last time we killed one of those. And why the fighting stopped after we killed it. I'm glad you can shoot down on the bullets from the teleporting ones. It would be very upsetting otherwise. They're still kind of upsetting, don't get me wrong. But they could be a lot worse. It's the big boy. I'm not sure if I like the idea of trying to shoot the big boy down, honestly. We did a good chunk of damage when we did shoot him. But it does seem very hazardous to my health. And it's not often you have a boss fight you can avoid. Wow, those shots turn really well sometimes. Oof. I'm assuming plus shield amount won't help if we don't have existing shield. Definitely want more ammo reserves. Only 3% is probably not going to make a huge difference, but every little bit helps when my weaponry is going to be the only thing keeping me from getting murdered. Oh, this seems like a bad idea.
Here they come.
There they go. The thing bugging me is I feel like this is backtracking, not forward. Then again, that happening might be indicative that I'm on the right track of something. God, you have such a good forward leap sometimes. Oh, you body blocking son of a bitch. Oof. Really riding the narrow margins here right now. I am once again grateful that I was smart and did not choose to play on veteran straight away. I'd be having such a hard time right now, considering we keep riding the ragged edge of disaster already.
Here we go.
Something over here. Come on. There we go. Vestige of power. What's that do? Ooh, extra damage when I'm not damaged for a bit. That's fantastic for me. Outside of recent times where I've been getting damaged every few seconds, but we don't talk about that. If anybody's wondering if I purposely used my attack animation to move myself out of that, I wish I did, but it happened, so hooray. Oh, not this shit again. Yep, I had no hope on that one. If he finished casting, I died. If that thing hit me, I died. I was SOL either way. Yep, this definitely reminds me of Remnant 1, with it not pulling any punches and really just hammering home the fact that the game wants you dead. We are sitting on a good chunk of scrap. It may be in my best interest to go back and acquire something else to use. Because I don't feel like our weapons aren't doing the job. Like, they're doing enough damage. I feel like I'm using the wrong types for our situation is more the thing. Because the bow is good, but the bow is just not keeping pace with the threats at hand. Do I have something to make another weapon mod at this point? I do, right?
Back. What you got?
Yeah, the Far Gazer. Calls forth an Eye of Legion to gaze at player's aim target, causing madness. Okay. So it's a damage over time tool. That's kind of neat, I guess.
Okay, we're done.
You look like you need some shooting practice. Now we're talking.
Because I was considering the bone saw or the black maw. So the Wrangler's also an argument, since it would be a replacement for the rusty repeater we have. All of those would provide a good middle ground to replace the bow for certain situations, whereas the bow would still be better for others. Like, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted by a machine gun. I could buy both. I do have enough scrap to just buy both. I can't buy all 3 quite. If I sell like one of these Blood Moon essences, which I assume I can farm, since we saw a lot of those purple things in that area that it was in.
I bet Riggs could help me out. I should stop by sometime.
The thing is, though, if I spend all of my money, we won't be able to upgrade anything. And that's probably not a good idea. I feel like the assault rifle and the machine gun fulfill the same role for me.
Maybe I just need to go see Riggs. He can probably help with my gun.
So I'm gonna give in to temptation and get the machine gun.
All right then, Wanderer. Don't do anything I would do. I'll have to come after you for it.
Note that he said anything he would do, not anything he wouldn't do.
What can I do for you?
And up the bow one more time. We'll up the machine gun a bit. Its damage really isn't going up, and that upsets me, but I'm not surprised by that. Because it seems to be scaling at like a 10% rate. Which means it'll just be going up by 1s. But we'll give it a try. Worst case, we downgrade it and get rid of it. It's definitely a fairly significant change in terms of subtlety. As in, I've gotten rid of the concept of subtlety. I don't have enough money left to buy Hotshot, do I?
Better be good.
This Hotshot for the machine gun would probably be a winner. And no, I don't got that money. I'm just not really sold on either of these either, though. Not that I think either of them are bad, I just don't think either of them suit me or my purposes right now.
Okay, that's all you get. Bye now.
Okay, yeah, it was just the vestige of power that was still showing. I may as well put Scrap Shot on it because I'm more likely to be holding that out than the pistol when I need something like that. Let's take this thing for a test drive. Though if we stay stymied here, we're probably gonna end here for the day. Because I was planning on stopping around the 5-hour mark, which leaves us a half hour to get through the Imperial Gardens, and at the rate we're going, it's not as likely as I would like it to be. For lack of a better way of putting it. I was thinking only carry 2 loads of ammunition, huh? Just don't need to worry about reloading, I guess. That spread is kind of heinous. Instead of stagger damage, I probably want to put on the other one I've got. This one. Reduced weapon spread. Like, I get that it's a machine gun, but that spread is concerning regardless. Pretty effective, though. Pretty effective. For all that it shows low damage numbers, the quantity certainly makes up for it. There we go. We got Hunter's focus now. Ooh. I don't remember to use Hunter's Mark that often. Okay, it looks like I do have to actively use it, I think, or it's just cooling down from having been switched. We'll find out. What a really boneheaded idea. I was debating shooting the machine gun at the flyer, but the machine gun's gonna do a bad job at that, because it has a pretty short fall-off range. There he is. Ow. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. You put me down right now. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. As soon as I left the ground, I was like, I'm just gonna die to fall damage if I break away from this thing, aren't I? And splat. Well, so machine gun is not bad. Machine gun is potentially the solution to our problems, potentially not. It is unfortunate that I cannot have both bow and machine gun. Ducking definitely helps the machine gun as you'd expect it to. I might have been being a fool this whole time. Eep. Going the long way around when there was a door right here, but I assume this door doesn't open. Yep, locked just like the book told me. I had to know, though, you know? The fact that the spread on this is tightening the more I'm shooting it is also kind of funny to me. I didn't shoot you. Why are you aware of my presence? I guess it's because I'm firing a loud-ass machine gun, huh? Where even... Oh, look, another one. Yay! I'll give it one thing. The reload on it's not that bad for a machine gun. Oof.
Shit.
You said it. Oof, doofa doofa doof. Do I even want to go this way? Guess I don't really have a choice, because the other path isn't viable. I should not have done that. I did it. It's too late to take it back now. Ow, I'm on fire. You know how I just said I shouldn't have done that? Yeah. Lo and behold, doing that which I should not have done got me set on fire. Funny how that works. Yeah, we died somewhere out that way, but there's apparently a path here. There's a mage, huh? There he is. Hi, stupid. You certainly made a choice being right here in front of me while I have a machine gun. And remember, mages are supposed to be the smart ones. Do 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 do. Ho ho ho, I have a machine gun. Ow. I also have a really low life expectancy at this rate. Get off. You know, at least them doing that killed them, so that kind of worked out in my favor, all things considered. I could not clear enough to get space to fight again. Bloody hell. We keep getting most of the way across this place as far as I can tell, and then it just gets a little too heavy and I just cannot keep going. The thing doesn't seem like it has too crazy an amount of health. I did that just as a for science decision there. Ow. None of that. Like, I think genuinely I just need to get a couple good rounds of being able to fire at that thing and it'll die. And then its rewards will be mine. But I need to not get overrun in the process. Don't send me off the cliff, please. Big Red and Ugly was there a second ago, and then he left. This was for the ugly statement, isn't it? Well, unfortunately for you, you're just as ugly. Get off of my face. Rude. I was kind of hoping it would come back reasonably quickly again. And then I'd see about unloading the machine gun into him again. But there he is. Yeah, that was all in all not a great angle. Would have been probably pretty good for the bow. I wouldn't have had to worry about him firing back at me, but, you know. Situations like that are not exactly conducive to using the bow. I mean, I can't pass up an opportunity to like that. I would be silly. It isn't a threat. It's just kind of floating around, doing its own thing. Look here, you little shit. Enough out of you. Really? We need to do this again? Okay. One of those was injured, too. No idea how it got injured. I hear it. I do not, however, see it. Upsetting.
This isn't looking good.
When is it? Let's be real. When is it actually looking good? That was a good set of hits. Hunter's focus really paid off there. I think it took care of the fall-off range of the machine gun. Ranged fire rate, you say? I am interested. Whew. I'm running out of bullets, though.
All right, come and get some.
It is what some may refer to, though, as worth it. Potentially. I don't actually know if shooting that thing's down is worth it still. But it's a big flying thing, and, you know, you can't not shoot down the big flying thing.
Shit.
Hello? I thought there were enemies near me. I thought I heard the sound of things appearing near me. So close to dead. Hear him so very close. And yet, do not see. He must have been under me. It has gotten so wildly quiet here now, suddenly. There he is. Whew. That was very nearly bad. He almost fried my biscuits. There he is. of course, they jump me when he's nearly dead. God damn it. That is so much of a cheap shot. Come on. I was robbed on that one. We had so much peace and quiet, and then suddenly, right when I'm about to kill it, one enemy shows up and throws me off just in time for the shots to land on my goddamn head. You cannot make timing like that up. That is just horse plop. Highway robbery. Isn't it one of those pedestals like we saw by the thing? None of that.
Here they come.
I'm glad you can see them. That's a little far. Things just having a great time over there. Thank you for the ammo. God, the delay on those gets me every damn time because I keep thinking, oh, it just, I guess, missed its shot or didn't fire. Nope, here they all come onto my head immediately. Every time. At least they keep giving me my long gun ammo back while I'm staying here, so we could always see if this thing flies back over here again. 'Cause maybe with that thing gone, I'll stop getting myself killed trying to stupidly kill it. Wouldn't that be a great thing? Whoa. I so nearly killed it. Come on, let me use my healing, please. God, it hit me with so much nasty stuff, though. I don't even know what that effect on me right now is. Some kind of poison. Got him. New mutator momentum. Neat. And some corrupted luminite crystal.
That's it. For now.
I killed a fancy thing. I don't know how much of its loot fell into the void, though. That might be a problem. But I killed a big fancy flying thing. Yay! Oh boy. When this weapon scores a critical hit, increase its critical chance and critical damage by 1.5 for 3 seconds, max 10 stacks. Neat. That's actually beautiful for this gun. Let's, you know, just casually go touch the checkpoint now that that thing's dead. Then I never need to fight that again. And I don't need to worry about being tempted by shooting at it and having it bomb the shit out of me. Everything is good. Mutators offer a unique weapon, a way to modify your weapons, unlocking new mechanics and enhancing their overall performance. Mutators can be upgraded by Dwell. Nice. That explains why they have a level. I wasn't sure if you would upgrade them or just using them correctly would level them or something. Okay, frame rate. I don't know why you left me, but that was a thing. CPU usage also just hit the ceiling for a minute there. Or again. More than likely the two had something to do with each other. Getting lots of Luminite crystal, I'll definitely say that. Oh, they are mad. They're mad as hell that I killed their big friend. Get off of my... Oh, you actually saved me from your friend. Thank you. Oh, God. He, however, is not my friend. Boy, oh boy. Everything about this is terrible. Anyway, everything is under control, sort of.
Well, at least that's over.
Okay, invisible wall there, trying to shove me into a pit. Just not gonna mess with it. Give me that long gun ammo. Because the machine gun is hungry. Apparently we haven't been this way yet, and there's immediate rewards, so that's good news. Straight point. So it looks like it otherwise just leads back to where we've been. I hear something bad nearby, and I don't like it. Oh, it's just you again. Okay. Where do you teleport to, you coward? Eat your delicious bullet dessert. God damn it. I thought I staggered him out of it in time. Turns out, no. No, I did not. Well, I did say I was going to stop at 5 hours, and we did at least kill a big scary thing. So, I think that'll do it. Let me take a quick look around. Shut up, me. I don't need to hear me right now. Got some tempting options out here today. Nothing, like, explicitly fitting to what we've done today. But that's also frequently the case. So, that's not really a shock. I'm rarely doing anything that's in line with what literally anyone else is doing. Let's see. It is interesting to me, though, that a bunch of people are playing Death Must Die after I had done so. It was the other day. More than likely, none of them saw me do it and decided to do it. It was just funny timing. But it amuses me regardless. Haven't been back to see them in a while. Haven't rated them. So many options, so little time. I know it's always bad at this point when I'm just sitting here like, yeah, which way do I go? Who do I go see? Where do I take us? Brain is also slow, so bear with me on that. As far as schedule for the week goes, I may do more of this tomorrow. There's a chance. I won't guarantee anything on that score because of the fact that genuinely I don't know what I want to do. You know, it's just that simple right now, is I don't know what I want to do. Like, I immediately wanted to jump on this when it popped up, but slight mixed results there. I'm enjoying this, but I don't know if it's gonna hold. Much like the issue I had with like Liza P and such, where it just felt just ever so slightly off. Let me see if they're not, we may go pop over there. Though, interesting development, by the way. My OBS live time and my Twitch live time are disagreeing with each other, I've just noticed. So that's interesting and concerning. And I may have a bit of the VOD that's missing or something. So that's fun. But just bear with me a second while I check how things are going over here. I just gotta wait through the ads as per usual to see if they're ending yet or not. Though it looks like they're setting back up to do more, so it should be fine. Yeah, they're just now landing, so they'll be going for a little bit yet. So we'll go see Pixie. Pixie's been in good people. They popped in a couple times. Been poking around with them on Twitter and things, so that should be fun. And they're playing Lethal Company like everybody and their mother is. Brain, please. You literally started typing it and then you shit the bed. Why are you like this today? There we go. So let's see. Like I said, schedule for the week's a little up in the air, as has been the constant state usually. It's going to be the next couple days as usual, like tomorrow and Saturday and Monday, Tuesday, barring me getting sicker or anything happening like that. And it's just a matter of what the content will be is the question mark. I'll get that timer started so I don't ramble and brain split or anything. As per my usual whole statement. Be good to Pixie. Like I said, he's been good people. He's friends with Jay and a bunch of the others you've seen me talk about recently. Yeah, that's about all I've got. So thank you all for taking the time to be here. I will definitely see you tomorrow, barring sickness, as I mentioned. And that's all I got. Have a good one. Bye.